Are we ready to go live?
All right, thank you. We're about to go live. We'll wait for the studio. Okay, here we are. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is May the 30th. It's an important date in the deliberations by the Charlotte City Council, because at this point, we'd like to begin with introductions for this meeting, and we'll start with our CFO.
Teresa Smith.
Ryan Bergman, Budget Director.
Victoria Watlington, at large.
Luana Mayfield, at large.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Dimple Ashmira, at large.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
All right.
Tara Picard, just 6.
All right. This meeting is the City Council's meeting today on May 30th for the purpose and intent of voting on amendments or adjustments to the City Manager's recommended FY2025 budget that was proposed at the May 20th Budget Adjustment Council meeting by the Council. After any adjustments are approved, the Council will then vote to direct the City Manager to prepare the necessary documents and the resolution for the FY 2025 budget ordinance. And then, as a reminder, the adjustments from the May 20th meeting that were received at least 5 votes and were presented to staff, who prepared a book that summarized to a great degree the changes and ideas that Council submitted. Working with several of the council members, we're going to go ahead and begin to talk about the process for the meeting today. But first, I want to just really say that today we know what information we have, and these adjustments and votes are very important to the way that we talk about, as someone said, your budget really illustrates your values. And so for this process, I think that what we'd like to do is start off with 2 council members who have built around the concept that the council had. If you remember our 20th, our meeting of adjustments, the council members voted 8-3, I believe, to try to address the manager's budget to determine if there is any way that we could possibly administer or delay or not include the property tax increase. So with that, I want to recognize Ms. Watlington and Mr. Bakari for the work that they've done and ask them to kick this meeting off.
Thank you. I'll start, and I'll engage my colleague in a second. So a lot of work has happened since we last met, and again, to give the context here, the manager, after feedback from all of us and work from staff, proposed a budget, and that budget included a 1.5-cent property tax increase. We were presented with an opportunity to explore, after last week's first straw vote, to go about finding and seeing if there was a way for us to find cuts and reduce the impact of that property tax basis. And this is something that made sense across the aisle to look at in partnership. Some might say, when times are tough, we need to tighten belts. Others might say there's an opportunity here to prioritize and go all in on the sales tax for a broader transformational transportation investment by showing with our actions to our partners across this region, but also in Raleigh, that we were all in indeed on a sales tax for an investment where we had $33.7 million in the hand with the property tax increase, or the potential for $20 billion in investment in our transportation system, a once-in-a-generation opportunity. So there's reasons for all sides to be interested in this, and I think, again, it is a really big opportunity, but not easy. So what we've decided in work is two major things that we're going to present this council with. The first is, I will call the TARC Solo proposal. It is something that I've designed myself with no input or help from others. I don't know how anyone feels about it, but it is an option nonetheless to get us to 0.9 cents or a 0.6 cent reduction in that property tax increase. The second one, I will call it the Victoria collaboration option. This is something that Victoria spearheaded, Councilmember Watlington spearheaded, and got input from many, if not all of you, and I also support it myself. So the difference between these two proposals is that mine is a set of broader cuts of just the proposed increases from this budget, and I'll go into that in a second. And Ms. Watlington's is more specific and tactical cuts based on feedback from all of you and a smaller amount. So while mine generates 0.6, hers generates 0.322. Both are victories for the ultimate outcomes I started with. So in order for everyone to have a full view of all of the options, we're going to go through mine really quickly, and then Ms. Watlington is going to go through hers really quickly. So everyone sees all the options on the table. And I think there are two final points in teeing this up. One is how we will tactically go about this. For mine, I've separated mine into two basic adjustments or actions for raise of hands. And I'll go through those, and we can do none of them, all of them, or one of them. And each item that we do and raise the hands and at least get 6 is a win in the direction. So it isn't all about that. But then for Ms. Watlington's, we've broken that out into 4. And she's going to explain the 4 components or buckets and how much money each of them equate to. And we'll go down there and see, we get 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 0. And then we'll see where we are after that. So it's very structured in how you get to hear everything, decide what is palatable to you or not. And the final point is, I'm sure the question on everyone's mind is, well, we're starting this big agenda today with the cuts, but then there is an entire agenda of ads. And how does that work? What I'll say is in working with Ryan Bergman, there's a simple statement. It's a little more complicated than this, but this is directionally correct. That everything to come after these cuts, except for one item potentially, does not require an additional property tax increase from the cuts we've made. And the reason why that point is really important is, well, if we cut taxes here and then we approve the things that are coming and we get back up to the level, what did we actually accomplish? I think the really powerful point is these cuts, except for one, and that one happens to be one of mine, so I will explain that when the time comes, are one time in nature. And you, if you propose and get support to go with it, you can point towards reallocation and adjustments within the pay-go buckets that equal 13 million, or you can prioritize via our ARPA interests and allocations that are still available. There is a scenario where none of that's viable and you say, I propose a property tax increase with it, and that's okay too, but there is enough allocation in those 2 buckets to handle every one of the agenda items to come if we prioritize it on these items, except for that one. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody at a real high level. Punchline, 2 proposals, we're gonna go explain them now, we're gonna go down the list, and then raise our hands for 2 of mine, and then 4 of Victoria's and the rest of your collaborations, and then we're gonna see what we have and move forward from there.
The only,
Question, Madam Mayor.
I just want to make sure when you say we're going to raise our hand and we're going to vote on it, we're going to have a motion and we're going to have a second, and then we'll have a vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha.
Sure. I did not plan that, but you are indeed correct. So with that being said, and Ms. Watlington, what you and I will do is, when we get to the point after the explanation, we'll just make a motion and see if there's a second for each of our items. That'll make it easier, because if no one seconds mine,
Actually, what I'd like to do is go through the full, how that.
That's what we're gonna
people
do.
have full okay.
that's
I thought
exactly,
you
so
were
that's what
saying
we'll do.
go
So
after each.
I'll make mine very quick, because Ms. Watlington has a lot more specifics that she'll need to get into. Mine is simple, the TARC solo plan, by myself, with no calls or collaboration with anybody. There are two adjustments. The first one, which will be the first one we vote on, if someone seconds the motion, is basically reduce all the increases we proposed over last year in this budget cycle for bonds and CIP. And that means housing bonds from 100 million to 50 million, back to the record-breaking $50 million number. The CIP, the new investments, everything from corridors going back to the established amounts, the strategic investment areas, the sidewalk program, the Vision Zero program, the Corridors of Opportunity program, back down to 10, all the different areas there. And I think the punchline on this is some of them are belt-tightening items, but some of them, and why I proposed this item, was while we sacrifice now with a small property tax ability to do these increases, if we are successful in our broader mission with the sales tax, which has a lot of steps to go, but this is in the direction, we will get those investments in those types of items back tenfold. So we're not cutting them forever, we're putting all of our eggs in the sales tax basket. That equals 0.3 cents of a reduction. And then the second vote is to eliminate the additional $7 million for arts, which we put back into the general fund, and it brings it down to 4 million. So from 11 million that has been proposed back to the 4 million that we did last year, which again, I'll remind everyone, was a record-breaking amount there. That reduces it by 0.3125 cents. And so those two combined bring us to a total of 0.6 cents, or down to 0.9. And that would be still a property tax increase. But we would send a message to Raleigh with those two and all of our other stakeholders that we're all in on the sales tax. Many of those things would get back returns in tenfold if we're successful, and that 0.9 can be justified as the public safety enhancements we have made over and above. So those are the two we'll vote on first, but then so you understand the Victoria Collab plan, she will walk through her items now.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, can we discuss this one first?
Well, no,
Let's
go through all of them, because Victoria's is an alternative that I also support, and I think everyone hearing the whole layout first. And then if you wouldn't mind, Mayor, I think there might be a quick round of questions, but then save most questions for each motion that gets a second, and then we do it real quickly so that we don't burn a lot of cycles, if that's all right with you. Okay. Ms. Watlington.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. So first of all, thank you. Huge thank you to Mr. Jones and to city staff. You guys did a phenomenal job supporting us on this work. It's been a very long, short holiday week, and we thank you for hanging in there with us and providing the support that we needed, because that's what it's going to take. As was mentioned, we're in a time of enormous growth in our city, and we've got to make some tough decisions. And we got a lot of decisions ahead of us over the next couple of years, things that are happening not only within the city of Charlotte, but also with some of our intergovernmental partners. But at the end of the day, each resident that lives in our community is going to be impacted by all of them. And so our role as policymakers and as leaders in our community is to think about that resident and the overall cumulative impact to them as we consider how and where and when we invest. So with that in mind, as was mentioned, we discussed as a group that we'd like to take a closer look at our budget and figure out what it is that may be options on the table to alleviate some of this tax increase at this point. As was mentioned, some of these conversations are not necessarily about yes or no, but now or then, or this or that in terms of the how. So with that being said, I would like to share with you the conglomeration of the work that many of us have done to try to make sure that our priorities are reflected in our budget. So that being said, I will offer these up to you in these buckets, but certainly as we discussed, there may be particular line items within the buckets that are up for discussion, and so we're open to that. But what we attempted to do here was to just give you an idea by bucket of what the impact would be, so that you can assess as you go through and make your selections. So the first selections were from Action A. Staff provided us, just for context, options A through F of potential options that we could leverage to reduce the sales tax. And much of it was the same as what we on council had investigated within the budget book. And so there was a lot of synergy there. And so we responded to the particular actions that came from staff. And so as you can see here, the first set really came from this notion of reducing or eliminating our CIP bond increases. As you all know, we asked for or what was recommended in the budget was an increase to transportation, housing, and
Neighborhoods.
thank you, neighborhood bonds. So what we've done is made a few adjustments. We know that as it relates to the capital program, we're leveraging dollars, so there's not a one-to-one reference, but we know that there is an adjustment that we can be made or recoup through debt service each year if we reduce the bond amount. So this is what you see up here, and as was already mentioned by Mr. Bakari, much of this as it relates to transportation, we believe that we can still fund through sales tax while also meeting our community's needs. The other thing that you will see here in the selections from Action A is that we did not include a reduction to the housing trust fund or the housing bond. We know that in the housing trust fund, we've been talking for a long time about increasing to $100 million, and so that is still within the budget. That's why you don't see it here. However, taking feedback from this body, we are going to be talking about what those categories really need to look like in this cycle as we move into that committee work. You'll also see here a reduction in corridors of opportunity from 25 million to 20 million. There is funding in PAYGO for corridors of opportunity to the tune of about $5 million already. So we do think that that will give us still significant investment dollars in corridors. So that is the first bucket. And you can see that if we put those pieces together, that we have about a 0.14 cent incremental change on the property tax to the negative, meaning a reduction in property tax. I want to make sure that I level set for folks. The original conversation in the arts was really about two things. The first one being the process itself and whether or not through this budget we were endorsing a particular process and even particular organizations. I'd like to decouple that from this conversation because as based on our conversation last week, that will be a separate process to really outline how we want that to work. And so this will focus on what is the amount that we will even be talking about. That said, there had been discussion around whether or not we wanted to maintain levels at 4 million in the general fund. We understand that the previous years, because of ARPA dollars, there was a $6 million allotment. But as it relates to the general fund and ongoing dollars, it's been 4 million for some time. So the question then becomes, do we increase the general fund dollars to 7 million for arts? There has been a good bit of conversation there. There's, as I understand it, and we'll probably hear from folks, that there is a differing level of support for making adjustments to this. But what we would like to propose at this time is that we reallocate the 7 million out of the general fund and investigate the ability to fund that through alternative means such as the tourism fund. I have spoken with Teresa and Ryan over here about that, and it is a viable option. The question becomes about capacity and what are the other impacts that we obviously would need to dig into more specifically between now and the budget vote to assess the veracity of that particular one. When we get into that discussion, I would defer to you just to set that conversation because I want to make sure that folks are clear about what that could look like. But the net change to the property tax, if this one was supported, you can see there is 0.313 cents. And then Action C is related to our ongoing or our operations and our new non-public safety positions. There were a number of requests from various departments for new hires for various reasons across the budget. And this particular one is really focused on the non-public safety, so not fire, not police, more of our discretionary funds outside of what I would call core services. That's what's reflected here. What you don't see here included is housing, workforce development, and CBI, because that was, those were three priorities from the working group that wanted to, that were still included in the budget despite wanting a property tax reduction, just because of the level of support within the body and also within the community that have really been pushing for some alternatives to help folks who live in Charlotte stay in Charlotte. So that's what you see there. But again, I will repeat that as we work through these, we can talk about each particular line item. That results in a 0.05 property tax change. So that is action C. So action E, oh, and I should have pointed this out in the beginning, excuse me. Everything here right now that we're talking about are one-time adjustments, with the exception of the conversation around arts, which we would want to make sure that as we decide what that governance structure looks like and what that looks like, will then set the tone for ongoing pieces. So then if we could hop back down where I left off to section E. Now, this particular one was one that had some level of interest in understanding. I'll leave it to some of my other colleagues to talk in detail around this one, but essentially, you'll see here there's an option to reduce the merit pool for salaried employees from 4% to 3%, and you can see that the property tax impact is 0.0422 cents. So, if we look at the total reduction to the property tax rate, if everything but art was included, you can see here that that gets us down 0.233 cents, and you can see the corresponding revised property tax increase. So that would be everything without changing anything to the recommended budget when it comes to art. Now, if we were able to find alternative funding for art, or if the will of the body was to make some adjustments to the total investment in art coming out of the general fund, you could see that up to 0.55 cent property tax reduction would be the ultimate impact. So with that, I will pause.
Yeah, let me just jump in and close this out here before we get going. Three quick things. One, I think that a lot of this has been happening in real time. So Ms. Watlington has a documented piece on that arts component that says something that's probably a little bit different than the proposal, which is explore the opportunity to find other funds to not make arts a cut. One of those to explore is the hospitality funds. There are implications to that are pretty significant. So while it says that in the line item, I think you would agree, Ms. Watlington, that is one example that you would like everyone to consider in challenging staff to go find other examples as well, where your version, my version is a pure cut. Ms. Watlington's version is a reallocation from anywhere creatively that is not the property tax, including potentially the hospitality tax, but I know that there will be issues with that. So that's one clarification. She nodded that she agrees with that. Number two is, again, just to end with the where I started on the scope and implication of all of this. It is a strong, strong message that we are sending through our actions that also dovetail into all the other things that have happened. Us getting CATS back into a position of strength and operational excellence. Us navigating through this very complicated MTC situation where now we have light at the end of the tunnel, agreement across a lot of the board for the allocation and balance of the funding, and for a strategy to solve the governance issue that doesn't require us to figure out everything right now. We have the tailwinds that have come from the red line and the ability for us to fulfill promises that were made a long time ago to the northern towns. And we have a business community that has engaged in a way that I have not seen in years, that have both helped many of those things happen and started their own conversations in Raleigh, where we have leadership, initial head nods, and I am interested in where you're heading with all this. I believe the last piece to this puzzle and the icing on the cake is us through our actions, not just our words, sending a message that we are all in on the sales tax by taking action on this property tax. And I believe that's important because while it's teed up for an at-bat, it has to make it through caucus in the short session in Raleigh. And this simplified message of here's our actions, here's where we are, I think is more powerful than anything we've seen before. So, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, I would propose then finally, how we structure this is we do a quick round robin of anyone who either has clarifying questions to anything that's been presented as quickly as possible, and then we go into each motion where if you have a position statement for or against, you quickly say that, because obviously there's a lot of complexity in ground, at least with Ms. Watlington. She's had conversations with a lot of you, so it's not starting from scratch. Is that acceptable?
I'd like to actually put a motion on the table and then have a
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So before we do that, can you just get a printout of this? That's a lot of items. I mean, I've had conversations, but I would still like to see.
Do we have copies of this material?
So two pages. One would be for Tarek and one for Victoria's motion.
I mean, this is still warm off the printer.
Well, the council member Bakari items, they correspond to
Yeah.
page 5 and 6 of the Q&A, which we printed an extra copy of what you received Friday. Oh, sorry, mic's not on. They correspond to action A and action B on pages 5 through 6.
5 through 6.
A and B.
A and B?
Yeah, just A and B.
Just A and B. Okay. All right. Do we have a motion?
Well, Madam Mayor, if I might just say, I think when we go about this in the first proposal, 2 motions, second proposal, 4 motions, there may be some things in each proposal that somebody might have a clarifying, really important question on something later that may change their mind one way or another. So if I would propose that if there are any really quick macro questions before, because once we get into motions, we're only going to be on one of essentially 6 items at a time.
Well,
It's fine if you'd like to do that. I'm sure we'll work around it.
I understand what you're saying is that we open it up for questions, but we're also trying to accomplish this in a procedural way that would
Okay.
be on the record, so.
Great. So I'll make the first motion then. And
All right,
I would just
please.
encourage everyone in this motion, it is for this first item. And if there are questions that would make you want or not want to do this, but maybe you to pose the question more broadly in that.
There's
So-
always a substitute opportunity to
So
adjust the motion.
I will
on
make
a motion.
2 motions. The first one that I'm going to make, these are both in the TARC solo list, and then we'll hand it over for Ms. Watling to make 4 motions in the Watlington collab list. Motion number 1 from me is to take everything that is laid out in Action A from the staff report and reduce the property tax by 0.3 cents, which is essentially those items in Action A that are listed out from the housing bonds to the CIP additional spend.
All right, so you have a motion on the floor to address those items under, let me make sure that we're, Action A, down on page 5.
I can just recap it for everyone if they'd like.
Which is
Housing
action-
bonds, 100 to 50.
Right.
Corridors of opportunity, 25 to 10. Eliminate 55 million strategic investment area program. Reduce sidewalk program from 50 to 20 million. Reduce Vision Zero from 20 to 4 million. Reduce corridors of opportunity from 25 to 10. Eliminate 5 million for the implement center city transportation improvements. Eliminate 1 million from the repair and replace bridges program. Eliminate 30 million in future FY26 to 29 capacity in the city's facility debt program. And again, just to clarify, all of those are reductions in the increases we have proposed from where we were investing, many of those at record levels before, and most of these would then be part of us going all in on the sales tax for a multiple return of investment back into them.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I have a question.
I need a second first. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
With Ms. Watlington second.
Ms.
Ms.
Ashman.
I have a question. Can I go ahead?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So I understand that this is just a reduction of where we were in previous year, But I want to make sure there is elimination of 1 million from the repair and replace bridges program. What would be the impact of that? I don't want us to be in a situation where we had seen a bridge collapse. So can someone tell us the impact? I mean, I cannot make a decision just off of numbers. I have to understand the real impact because we have an obligation to maintain our roads and bridges.
I'll start and ask Ryan to actually elaborate, but my premise on this is, since we are at the, let's call it 10-yard line with this action of the sales tax for transportation, if we're successful, this would enable us to not just replace that, but potentially grow that. And in addition to that, I would imagine that if we are in a spot where we are behind anything, we would be able, since this is an increase that wasn't a steady state view from before, we would be able to reallocate, but I'm not the expert in that.
So, yeah, Mr. Bergman, if you could just tell us, out of all of this bullet points, what would be addressed by the sales tax increase and what will not be addressed by the sales tax increase if approved?
I think Mr. Jones might have to.
So there are two questions, so I'll do the second one. I'm not sure about the bridge. I'll buy you some time, Ryan. So the way that the proposed legislation will be structured will be to help us fund road and road facilities. So when you think about road and road facilities, you think about not just the roads, but the sidewalks and what we call complete streets. So many of the things that are related to transportation could be funded by the sales tax.
So
Can
pretty much everything minus affordable housing bond and bridges, is that correct?
No, bridges could be.
Covered, okay.
Probably corridors, dependent on what the corridor work was.
Okay, so corridors, housing, how about the advanced planning capacity that we were looking at for
Right.
animal care and control?
Yeah, that would be, that's what we call COPS, city
Yeah.
facility debt, so that would have no sales tax implications.
So we are looking at 3 bullet points that will not be addressed by the potential sales tax increase if approved, correct? Okay. Thank you, that's all.
All right, I have Mr. Graham, followed by Mr. Driggs.
I just want to remind everyone that if it gets on the ballot, if the voters vote for it, there are a number of hurdles that have to be cleared before we can talk about spending dollars that may or may not appear. And notwithstanding that Mr. Bakari said we need to send a message to the General Assembly about our budget, no, we don't. It's the City of Charlotte's budget, and we have to fund our priorities based on the needs of our citizens, notwithstanding the impact that it may or may not have in Raleigh. So I think we need to be focused on our operating budget and our priorities, understanding where we know what's happening around us, right? The sales tax, but that's on a different course that, from my perspective, we should just focus on our budget and not, because there's so many hurdles that has to be cleared that it's not even on the ballot yet, it's not even been voted on yet, hasn't even been introduced yet. I think we need, again, to focus, make the main thing, and that is our operating budget.
Mr. Driggs?
So one more or less technical question. If we were to lower the tax increase to 1.2 from 1.5 based on these capital things, that actually reduces our allocation to debt service by only 1/5 of that amount. So then we would also have to agree to allocate from operating to debt, because you're not, or actually you'd be able to allocate a little away from debt. But I'm just saying the allocation we have right now between debt and operating would not work if we just reduce that tax rate by 3/10, because it doesn't all come out of the amount that's designated for debt. I am curious to know also what would be the debt issuance under this proposal? And that's for Mr. Bakari.
Well, I mean, my assumption would be, and I think Ryan would probably better answer this, that you raise a good first question, and I am interested in the impact of that. But on the second question, it would be whatever, because it's basically going back to run rate from the '24 fiscal year.
So back to 228, which is our sustainable number,
Yep,
right?
yep.
Meaning we're taking out 172, which I hope is what that adds up to, because, one of my issues with the budget is, and I've been clear about this, I'll do you all a favor and not repeat it, but I see structural tensions in here, and I'm worried about what it implies going out. But the fact is that we have 172 million in excess of run rate now, so I assume that the cuts you're proposing would basically roll all of that back. And that raises some interesting questions. Personally, I have a fondness for the sidewalks and the resurfacing, so I have a hard time seeing that reduced. And therefore, so I said what I did because I want to be clear. I'm really, for these structural reasons, probably not close to being supportive of the budget, and therefore I'm making observations without offering my vote, if you understand, okay? But I think it would take a more differentiated approach to those cuts and probably a less radical adjustment in the tax rate, and also taking into account the allocation between operating and debt service before we have a manageable adjustment. I am, of course, all on board with any reduction in the tax increase, and I appreciate efforts in that direction, but it needs to come from the right places. So as it stands, I would not be able to support this. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Bergen?
Yeah, just to answer Mr. Driggs' question originally. So what we proposed in the budget was a 27.54 cent budget, and that's made up of 21.03 cents for the general fund, 5.51 cents for the debt service fund that he's talking about, and then 1 cent for PAYGO. Council does have the discretion to adjust any one of those. You don't have to proportionally adjust them. So council could say, to Councilmember Bakari's point, rather than 5.51 for debt service, there's 5.21 for debt service. And so that's why it's kind of presented like this. As for the question, you're correct, Mr. Bakari. It's under this scenario, the future debt taken out would go back down to 228 million from the $400 million bond. It is notable that that debt is all taken out at different times, depending on when needed by finance. It's not all going to be taken out day one, of course.
In response to your question to me, or the question posed, I would just say this, Mr. Driggs, this is not easy. Like, this is, to me, especially sidewalks and the same items you brought up, that was a really, really hard choice for me to propose. But my thought process was, and this goes back to Mr. Graham's point, yeah, there's a lot of steps, but we've made it so farther than we ever thought we would right now. And we are literally in the red zone right now, looking at an opportunity to punch through something that has completely stalled for a long time. And that takes going all in sometimes. And if we aren't successful, you're right, there's a lot of chance. That's the risk we're taking. But if we are, to Mr. Driggs' point, I personally believe the sacrifices in the sidewalks, the resurfacing, the things that I absolutely know are critical, these are a drop in the bucket right here versus a transformational $20 billion amount where a portion of that can by tenfold change our ability to do those things. So again, I'm not trying to diminish your point. It's a very good point and one I struggle with mightily. But households and businesses are expected to achieve certain outcomes to have to tighten belts sometime and make tough decisions. So that I tried to make my own tough decisions in that as well.
And then one more, just so I can answer Councilmember Ajmira's question. The bridge program is something we typically put about $6 million in. We put $7 million in this partially because of all our programs that has a lot of volatility anytime you're dealing with bridges. But it wasn't necessarily specifically earmarked that we're going to do this many more or anything like that. So on this list, that's of course the smallest dollar amount change, is that 1 million.
So may I? So it's not allocated to a specific bridge. It's just additional funding if we run out of that 6 million.
Well, any,
Right.
any amount put towards the bridge program will be
Would
used
go
on the
towards
bridge
that.
program.
I wanted to, can I, Ms. Ashmere, can I follow up?
Yes.
Because we have a bridge inspection program, and I understand that that's where you have the flexibility. You have to go to every bridge at a certain time. You also, I've learned through all of this with our bus system, is that you have to actually wait for people that are hired to come and look at the bridge with you, which sometimes you'll send out a crew, and the other crew doesn't show up, and you're still doing that. So it's not as simple as, we're building a bridge or inspecting a bridge.
I
It's
agree.
more.
What concerns me is that, we potentially eliminating $1 million could have catastrophic effect on our infrastructure. I think we all know that our infrastructure has not kept up with the growth we have seen. So yeah, I am very appreciative that we are tightening our belts and we are trying to find ways. I think this should have been part of our budget workshop exercise, where we should have looked at the impact, and we did not do that. And that concerns me a great deal, because when we look at a property tax increase, anytime that is, we are not only looking at homeowners, we are also looking at the renters, because ultimately, some of the property tax increase do get passed on. So, it's kind of difficult to make a decision today based on just this number without looking at the impact that it will have. And I advocated for Vision Zero because we have seen traffic fatalities number go up significantly. And there is an opportunity cost. I get it that we will have a sales tax funding available, but by the time we are losing lives, and there is an opportunity cost that we need to consider. So Vision Zero, definitely I cannot support eliminating or reducing, neither the bridge repair, and the future advanced planning, because we have advocates for animal care and control that have been advocating for the facility, for the capacity increase for so many years. We haven't increased our capacity, and there are, staff is put in a very difficult situation. So for all of these reasons, I have a hard time supporting Action A.
Okay, so we have any other speakers on the motion? Hearing Ms. Mayfield has a, what?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarification, we're going to have two separate conversations. This is just the conversation that we're having regarding
The first
Councilmember
motion.
Bakari's
Yes.
proposal, and then we're going to have a separate conversation regarding Dr. Watlington's proposal.
Yes.
That's all I needed.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Any further speakers? No further speakers. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. One. All opposed? All right, thank you. The motion fails now.
Make the next motion quick then. I see where it's headed, but it's fine. Ms. Watlington has the collaboration plan, so I hold hope there. Adjustment B is to take the arts funding from $11 million that we have proposed increase down to $4 million, which was the record-breaking number we had set in our last budget cycle. And that is because I believe there's another year needed of actual work to adjust and create the process by which then we dump money into. So is there a second? And it's fine, you won't hurt my feelings if there's not.
I'm going to second.
All
So
right,
that we can have conversation.
we have a motion and a second. On page 5, again, eliminate all support for arts and culture above the FY24 general fund level of $4 million.
And we don't have to belabor this because it probably doesn't have the votes.
So I want to recognize Mr. Driggs.
And we shouldn't belabor this. I just hope everybody noticed that I sent 2 emails around describing what this plan is for the arts and why I believe it's actually a game changer. And I think that this investment is something we can do that is affirmative. We spend a huge amount of money addressing difficulties and challenges in our city. This is something we can do that's a cause for celebration. It benefits everybody. So I will not support a deletion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. We have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. We have one, all opposed? All right, so that motion fails.
Ms.
So-
Watlington, you are up.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so just for some context, because I know some folks came in after the discussion had begun. We went through, we being a group of us, I've tried to touch as many council members as I've actually been in contact with, went back from these options that are on this list and talked about, well, what could it look like? Well, I think you just saw that there's very little support for eliminating completely a lot of these items. So we talked about what is it that we could do that meets our varying needs. So we'll start at the top, and we'll just take the first chunk, selections from Action A, CIP reductions. So I've already explained this a little bit, but I will just add, in light of the discussion that we just had, that what remains in this particular one does. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on page 5. So if you look at the proposal here, it's reflecting what you see on page 5, where we have elected to keep the affordable housing bond at 100 million. We have elected to, rather than eliminate the 55 million strategic investment areas program, to bring it down to 30 million for this budget cycle. We have elected to keep the reduction of the sidewalk program from 50 to 20 million. We have elected to, rather than taking Vision Zero funding from 20 million to 4, to take it from 20 million to 10, because to Ajmer's earlier point, we do think there is still significant work there that we would like to get done within this year
Zero
before.
from 20 to what?
To 10, rather than the 4 that was on page 5. We think that'll give us good capacity to still be able to get some critical projects done between now and the proposed sales tax. We also elected to keep the 1 million for the repair and replace bridges program, and as well as I'm sorry.
Okay, who's in charge of this?
Oh, yeah, if you could.
To go back to where we
If you
were.
could maybe extend your screen, maybe that'll help.
Okay, so did we get to the eliminate futures?
Okay, so that's where we were, and that's a point of discussion, because in the discussions that we were having, because we did not see a specific number in this particular year, it didn't have a number reflect. We see here that the outer years are programmed for 30 million, and I know that there was some discussion about what potential projects could be used for that 30 million. So as far as a motion, I'm happy to amend that, to strike that last line about eliminating the advanced
Okay.
planning capacity.
So
So,
we're gonna strike that. You're going to make the motion, and you'll tell us which ones, and.
yeah.
Do we need,
I think that would be the
Need to?
pleasure of the presiding officer.
Everything, I might agree with one line.
would you like a one line, or you would like to do it line by line?
Yeah.
Then we'll go ahead, but
Because it's a lot of-
we're going to have a motion and a second for each individual line. Do you have an exception one that you would like to have an exception from the motion?
Councilmember Ajmer, would you be amenable to exercising a substitute motion? That way we don't have to go line by line, and you can just call out the ones that you would like to adjust.
Yes, so the one where it's eliminate 5 million center city transportation improvements, I do see that being funded out of sales tax, but the rest I have a hard time reducing. So if you can have us, I can make a substitute motion, or if you want to amend that, either way.
Yeah, I'm not sure I follow you.
I think one of the questions I have is, we're talking about the sales tax that we're going to Raleigh, that we might get. And if we get it, it's another year before that. And then if we do that, it'll be, I just don't know that, I want to make sure we're talking on the same.
Right.
All right, so just to keep it clean.
And it could not happen, okay.
To keep
So
it
everybody, I'm going to, let's stay on the,
Yeah.
let's stay on track.
To
So
keep it clean, I will go ahead and move to accept the selections from Action A as listed. And we'll just start there as a base, not as listed here. And
You didn't get a chance to.
when you say the here, I'm not sure what
Sorry, we switched to the other.
I'm looking at a book that says selections from Action A, reduce strategic investment areas from 55 million to 30 million. Is that your motion, Ms. Ashmere is over here, sorry, Ms. Watlington over here.
All right, so
All
my
right.
motion is to accept the items that you see here for from Action A, with the exception of the last one that says eliminate future city facility capacity. So that is the motion I'm putting forward, is to take this package in selection A with the exception of eliminate future city capacity.
All right, so this is a motion that would reduce strategic investments, reduce Vision 0 to 10, reduce the corridors of opportunity to 20, reduce the sidewalk program to 20, eliminate 5 million center city transportation improvements.
Correct. It
We
keeps
have
the
a second
housing.
for that motion. Is there a second? Second. We have a second. Is there any discussion or questions? Hearing no discussion or questions.
I want to make sure, so what was taken out of
The last item under the eliminate future city facility capacity, 30 million, and from FY26 to 29 capacity worth 5 cents of a tax rate
.05.
adjustment. I'm sorry,
0.05
0.5 cents, sorry. So it's the last item under A, CIP reductions, before the total bond reduction line. All right, so any questions? Hearing no questions, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm sorry,
Five. We need,
she has,
You have to vote.
I need the motion.
I'm reading, so just give me a second.
So we have a motion. You have 4 people in opposition, or in support. Opposition, please raise your hands.
Are you looking for opposition or support?
Okay. This is about whether or
Right,
not
I
we want.
hear it.
Oh, okay, sorry. So this is where Ms. Watlington is suggesting that we eliminate all of those items except the last one, which is eliminate the future capacity. So these would be items, so sidewalks would go from 50 million to 20 million.
Right.
Okay,
I got it.
all right, so.
I'm in support.
We have 4 votes in favor, all
Yes.
opposed.
I'm 5 in favor of reducing.
You're in favor of the reductions?
Action A, yes, ma'am. Description,
Okay.
I'm in favor.
All right. All in opposed? How many people are opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many did we have for the other one? 4?
it's a
Madam
tie.
Clerk, you have 5, so is it a tie?
Yeah.
I vote that we do not reduce the selections from the CIP and that we move to the next item on the agenda. So my vote would be to break the tie to say that we do not reduce strategic investment areas, we do not reduce sidewalks, we do not reduce the corridors of opportunity that we're building. So thank you. Okay, the next item up, Ms. Watlington.
All right, the next one is selection B.
So this is the reallocation of $7 million to increase to the tourism fund, reduce property tax revenue in the 2025 budget.
Yeah, but as Councilmember Bakari mentioned earlier, this hot off the presses, this one spoke specifically to the tourism fund as an example, but the intent is to investigate reallocation of that 7 million. So whether that comes from tourism or from another place, if that is something that is feasible, what we'd like to do is investigate
I'm
that.
going to let you state the motion so that you make, it's
Yeah.
reflective of what you want to accomplish.
Sure.
All right?
Yep. So I move that we investigate the reallocation of the source of the $7 million art increase from the general fund. And if it's seconded, I would like to defer to Teresa a little bit, just to give an understanding of what it is that we're looking at specific to the tourism fund, not necessarily the other.
All right, so you have a motion. Is there a second? Second. We have a second. All right, Mr. Driggs.
So based on the description,
My request was that if it was seconded, that Teresa could kind of tee us up a little bit.
I'm sorry, I could not understand what you said at the end.
What I was asking was that once it was seconded, I wanted to defer to Teresa to tee it up a little
Okay.
bit as a basis for discussion.
Okay. All right, we're going to have a discussion.
Sure. So I think this requires starting with the reminder about the hospitality funds and that the uses of those hospitality funds are all based on the source of revenue in those funds. So you will probably recall that we have 3 different hospitality funds with different revenue sources, and each of those funds has different uses based on that tax source. So what we're talking about here specifically is the tourism fund. This fund has an occupancy tax, a rental car tax, and a you drive it tax. The occupancy tax is the most restrictive
Well, it is
part
what
of
it is.
this
It's not my
and
decision.
allows us to do things like construction, financing, maintaining, and operating convention centers, civic centers, coliseums, auditoriums, museums. So this is where we fund things like the recent deal we did with Spectrum Center. So where we're funding the improvements to Spectrum Center, we're using the occupancy tax portion of the tourism fund. The rental car tax is not as restrictive, and then the you drive it tax is not as restrictive. So when we talk about something like arts, which would be an ongoing operations funding, that is the funding that we would be looking at using to fund something like this. Currently, we're using that funding to support the cultural facilities, so the Levine Arts with Beckler and Harvey Gantt, the Night Theater, the Mint Museum. We're supporting the existing debt service on those, as well as the maintenance related to those facilities. We're also supporting maintenance related to things like Ovens Auditorium and Bojangles, so there are already some commitments on the use of these funds. In addition, I had mentioned to Dr. Watlington this morning, coming out of COVID, those revenues are the things that were very heavily impacted. So we are starting to build back some of those funds, but we are currently starting at a place where we don't have a lot of additional or extra funds that are available. We did do a preliminary look, and it is very much a back of the envelope, so I would need a little more time to just confirm the numbers. But currently what we see is that there would be about 1.5 million to allow for an ongoing expense like this.
All right, thank you. Mr. Driggs.
I just want to mention, I'm really reluctant for us to take an action that, based on an assumption about hospitality funds without talking to HTA, CRVA, the legislature, and all of the other parties who are involved. I think that creates controversy. And to Mr. Bakari's point, we don't need to be doing anything that the legislature could find questionable because of the definitions of the, if we'd had more time, and I did want to mention, I genuinely appreciate the work that you've done. This is a more thorough budget conversation than I can remember. It would have been better if we could have had this conversation in a workshop, frankly. Yep. We're at a stage in our budget process right now where what we're supposed to be doing is looking at line adjustments that were offered during the add-to-leaks and resolving them. It's difficult, I think, to process and to analyze the kind of changes you're proposing in this time frame. So I can say for myself, when I heard the manager's budget, I wasn't prepared for a penny and a half. Mm-hmm. I didn't know about the 400 million, and I really felt that to that extent, those features were not based on prior conversation that had happened among us. So it's too bad we couldn't do this earlier. There's a lot of value in the work you did, and certainly I would love to see us cut back in a number of ways that are suggested here, but I just don't know that we can digest the changes that are being talked about, and in particular, I really don't want to be making assumptions about hospitality funds without prior consultation. Thanks.
Thank
Just
you,
for
Mr.
clarity
Driggs.
on the motion, the motion is to investigate, so that's exactly what it would be called. I just want to make sure folks are
It
clear on
is
that.
investigate, right?
Understood, but investigate instead of actual funding. We can investigate, we can do the funding that's proposed and investigate, and if we see an opportunity based on that idea, that's a high-grade problem to have that we would free up. But to go in with the lower level of arts funding and compromise the whole plan that's been worked out on an assumption about our ability to find that money somewhere else would be, I just think, the wrong way around. Thanks.
Ms. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Driggs actually took one of my first points, which is, we have these recurring conversations about hospitality and tourism funds, and, the HTA and our partners in Raleigh have really been great strategic partners for us and have helped us do wonderful things to enhance our city. And this is an excellent double click in looking at a budget and thinking about ways at which we can extract dollars here and there to, of course, reduce a tax burden on residents. But I would be very weary about having a decision being made today on potentially on hospitality and tourism dollars. And Teresa, if I'm understanding you properly, and I may have not gotten that right, but based on what you're saying, there's just about $1.5 million in the actual account where this could be potentially. So it's nowhere near the amount of the funds anyway. But I just want us to be very wary about bringing decisions around hospitality dollars without including our partners with the HTA and in Raleigh, because they are truly partners for us. So the other piece I want to say is that the arts, and Mr. Driggs, the plan that's been done around the arts, the restructuring around everything that we've done over the last year and a half, I think is important to our arts ecosystem. And I personally would like to lean into the arts and continue the investment that we have, and potentially coming out of COVID. We have so many people within our arts ecosystem that have been fully rescued themselves and resubstantiated. I really believe we need to be investing in the arts as well. So though this is a wonderful exercise, and I wish we did have this a week ago or 2 weeks ago, because then we could have actually double-clicked and had some really great debate around it, but I don't think I can support it today. But I appreciate the effort from both Ms. Watlington and Mr. Bakari.
Okay, Ms. Ajmira, followed by Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, I wasn't going to brought this up, but I think I have to say this. There is a common theme here, which is, I think most of us are trying to find ways to reduce a property tax increase. I think, Mr. Jones, you hear that loud and clear. Because when residents are reaching out to us, they're trying to tell us that, how are you tightening your belt, like we are all doing every day? So I wish we have had exercise on how do we reduce our budget, because I was also caught off guard by 1.5 cent, a penny and a half property tax increase. In the past, back in 2018, I do remember us having a conversation about impact. And this year, we missed it. We didn't do the due diligence of understanding the economic and behavioral impact of having a tax increase. And Mr. Driggs is right. We are at this point in the budget. It's kind of difficult to now take out one line item here, one line item there, without truly assessing and understanding the impact comprehensively. So I think this is a message for you, and as we move forward with the budget in future, that whenever there is going to be a tax increase, we look at the impact overall. But in terms of investigating how we reallocate or find another source for arts funding, I would like to investigate, and I see if there is a source that's available. I think we got to explore that option. So I'll be supporting it. Let me just say that while also ensuring that we get input from our hospitality community, and that would be part of the investigation. So I'm all for that because arts does bring in a lot of tourism. There are arts festivals. There is festival like Charlotte Shout that I'm a big fan of. So it's important, I think this sends a message to our community that we take a property tax increase very seriously, and we are trying to find ways to reduce that burden on our residents. That's all I have. Thank you.
So how much was the reduction for the,
Madam Mayor?
how much was the reduction
are
in
you
the motion?
recognizing-
No, I was asking, I'm making notes, and I wanted to make sure. How much is the reduction?
Because it's not a,
seven?
it's not a reduction. at this point.
investigation.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Manager, I actually have, and actually, Mr. Berg, somebody has the answer to this. So even though we're having two separate conversations, when we talk about the possibility of the sales tax, that is something, just for clarification, for those who are watching online or who are in the room while we're having this conversation. Even if we go to the General Assembly, if the General Assembly says, yes, you now have the ability to go to the community, for the community to vote on it, we would then have to tell the community, this is what we're looking at. Just as previously, when we went to the community, we had to tell them this was for hospitality and tourism. If we are looking at programming or something else, we would be then telling the community, we are asking you to support this. And this is what here's the bucket that we are looking at using this additional funds for.
Absolutely correct, Councilmember Mayfield. And on a rocket docket, the money for the sales tax would come in FY27. So in
Right,
other words,
so-
July 1, 26.
So I just wanted to make sure we got that out there because I have a concern that people that are listening are hearing part of the conversation and they're now ready to jump in. Oh, no, we might get together to sue because that's not what we approved. No, we're having conversation. It was still long process. Have to go to the General Assembly, then we have to come back, go to the people. And even at that, we are talking about fiscal year 25. That's not something that would kick in until fiscal year 27. So I kind of feel like, in a way, I kind of feel like we hurt ourselves a little by bringing that piece into this conversation for this budget cycle, even though I do understand the challenge regarding today. Do we have a tax increase? What does that tax increase look like? I support the idea of investigating the source of the 7 million, yet at the same time, we're understanding that we have an action plan, A, B, C, D, E, and F, and here's a question, not a statement. We are saying which one of these individual action plans do we have support on? So for the last discussion that we just voted on for action A, we made some adjustments in that. That was not supported. So now we're saying possibly do we support action B or action C or action D or action E, if any of them, just for clarity. That is what I wanted to make sure, but also I wanted to make sure that those who are listening that don't necessarily have this in front of them understand this conversation that we all are having and making sure we're all on the same page. I'm just going to say for me to make sure I'm understanding where we are in this process of understanding, because although I support the idea of this line item, what I personally support is what I raised my hand for, which was looking at, we're not reducing you, we're just not increasing you. We're going to keep you where you're at right now while we figure this out. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, any other, Ms. Johnson?
I think I was in the queue. Madam Mayor, I was in the queue.
I'm sorry. You had a, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
You're
Yep,
right, I have Victoria written down right here. Victoria, Ms.
No worries.
Watlington.
Yep, I just wanted to just add a little clarity, and I think we might have gotten, we would get from finance would then inform us what that final budget would look like as it came to the vote. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear about what the motion actually is. The other thing I would say is I agree with Councilmember Ajmir in regards to our responsibility to have better, I'll say, as good of stewardship as we possibly can. And I'm hearing the conversations around, I wish that we had been able to do this earlier and that kind of thing. And I would just offer that as the council, as the governing body of this organization, we set the timeline. And so if that means that we need additional time to do our due diligence before we vote on the budget, that is well within our prerogative. So I just would remind us of that, that certainly there are some things we could do from a process standpoint to improve our budget process in the years going on. But what I don't want us to do is rush to a decision if the theme that we're hearing is that folks want to really roll our sleeves up and get some answers to these questions ahead of time. I think that would be, a disservice to our community. And frankly, I think it would be irresponsible of us to do something like that, given that we have the ability to set the timeline in terms of when that vote actually happens. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll be able to have a sense of it when we finish this list of items that we're approving and how many people vote and support and how many we change. So, all right, so now, let's see, Ms. Johnson wanted to speak to this?
Thank you. I was trying not to speak because I don't want to be divisive on this issue, but I would just say when I brought up looking at the hospitality tax just to investigate, we were sent letters from that industry that basically said, stay in our place. And I believe our place is governing for our citizens and doing whatever we can to protect them. We're looking at a property tax increase in the wake of a county tax increase, the revaluation, and other increases. So I think that we should do everything that we can to reduce the burden on our taxpayers. They should not be forced to carry the increase if there are other alternatives. We did not ask permission from the HTA when we approved $275 or $273 million for Spectrum Stadium. We're not increased. I think about the property tax increase on the hotels and the motels. When those taxes go up, who do you think is going to have to pay the higher cost? Our most vulnerable citizens who live in them. So while we talk about it's only $53 a year for the average home buyer of a house for $358,000, when we know that's not the average price in many areas. So I think we just need to be, I think we need to be 10 toes down to protect our citizens and do what we can to reduce this property tax increase. And if it's looking at a fund that we are potentially going to be spending hundreds of millions of dollars to improve stadiums, I think that we can, it's our responsibility to take a look at using those funds in other ways as well. And I'll just say this, when I mentioned it back in April, and I didn't even give a solution or an area where we could spend it, but that was the same week where there were homeless folks in the airports. And that's directly related to tourism. So yes, arts is related to tourism, as well as infrastructure and transportation and other areas. So I think we as elected officials need to be able to face our voters and let them know that we did all we could to reduce the potential for a property tax increase in the wake of two other property tax and revaluation increases. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. I think everyone has had an opportunity that wants to speak, and we have some
I didn't.
people that, I said I think, and I do know that Mr. Driggs and then Mr. Graham asked to speak as well. So then we'll go first with Mr. Bakari, Mr. Driggs, Mr. Graham, and Mr. Mitchell. Thank you. You get to close us out, I hope. Okay.
And mine's very quick, but I just want to make a point. I, as my initial motion stated, what I think should happen here is a reduction from 11 to 4 million without going and finding anything, especially with this very significant property tax increase. The arts funding proposal portion of this is nearly a quarter of that. So when the citizens out there that are taxpayers that are feeling this brunt, understanding that a quarter of that raise is now in there because of the additions we put in arts, it's significant and important. However, that didn't pass. I am going to support Ms. Watlington's proposal. because it is something to explore, but I just want to be real clear. There's no scenario I'm going to support the hospitality tax being a solution for this, but that doesn't mean I don't want to push forward, given the point we're at, when these conversations have been able to finally evolve. It's important enough to try, because a quarter of our property tax increase right now is driven by this. Hospitality funds won't work for me, but I definitely want to have a shot at making a reduction.
I think that's a fair statement. Mr. Driggs?
So the whole economy of the property tax is complicated. Many members of the public don't understand it. I think in our conversations here, we need to be very disciplined and not hold out a prospect that really, if we think about it carefully, we know is problematic. So the fact is that we have the authority to levy this tax based on a law that was passed, laws that were passed. The use of the tax is coordinated with the industry because their customers bear the burden. It affects the economy of their business, and therefore we need to work with them. Now, what I understand from Dr. Watlington is that she is saying, let's explore this. What troubles me is the red 7 million on the slide, right? So at this point, we should not be reducing the, like doing our calculations based on any assumption about this. And if people want to reach out to the responsible parties and explore with them whether they accept and are willing to join us in making a case to the legislature, because they would have to. The legislature is going to be influenced by what they hear from the industry on this subject. So if we were able to get that conversation started and they said, yeah, we get it, you're right, that's valuable, we'll join you, let's go and talk to them. And if we could get that done in time for the final adoption of the budget to reflect the willingness of all the parties to go in that direction, great. But I don't want the public to think that we are passing up an opportunity to give them some relief in the general fund based on a very controversial idea about use of hospitality funds. We've been through it once with the stir that was caused the last time, and I need to be more careful myself because I said politely, sure, we can talk about that, and that got me identified as somebody who saw potential there. I frankly am very skeptical, but what I really do think we need to require is that we approach this subject with all due care and respect for the other people who are affected. Thank you.
Mr. Graham?
I think Councilmember Driggs took the words right out of my mouth, so I don't want to be redundant. I think he's spot on. And indeed, but for the hospitality industry, we wouldn't have to tax today. They went to Raleigh recently to get it renewed for us and working on getting the other one renewed as well. They were very involved in Spectrum. They were very involved in NASCAR Hall of Fame. They were very involved in a wide variety of projects that utilize the tax. Matter of fact, we kind of go to them first to say, what do you think? And so it's not correct to say that there was no involvement from them, nor should, I just think that's just correct. I just want to correct the record.
Mr. Mitchell?
Just for clarification, I think Councilman Mayfield brought up a good point. We got to be careful how the average citizen who's looking at this don't understand. So when we go back to Dr. Watlington suggests investigate source of $7 million increase from the general fund, the total, in my mind, the total we trying to get to is still 11 million. We're just looking to reallocate 7 million. So somehow, I don't want the viewers to think that we only funding arts at $7 million. So somehow we need to, I don't know, put in parentheses that the total would be 11 million.
I will hopefully get that done today.
Okay,
So, thank
okay,
you very
okay.
much. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that says to, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm so sorry, Ms. Brown, and we're so sorry for your loss.
Thank you so much. Madam Mayor, I wanted to say, with all due respect, we have to try to work for the best interests of our constituents and to make sure they know, to make sure that they know that we care about them and that we're just not trying to increase the tax and trying to go through the line items and see how we can reallocate to help save them. I do want to go on record, letting them know that I do care about an increase. It may be something that we have to do, but we are working through trying to see if there's other ways or parameters that we can get around that. So for the record, I do want to show support of, trying to support Dr. Watlington's motion, because we need to try to do something not to increase it. Although there are times and opportunities where we may not be able to do that, we're trying to do that today. And so I wanted to go on record, letting folks know, because I've, been bombarded with the increase. Nobody wants an increase in anything.
Right.
The whole fear of increase in tax, they're saying there's no affordable housing and a whole list of other things that they've sent to me. And now we're looking to take their taxes up. So I definitely want to make sure that, for the record, I want the constituents to know that we're working diligently to try to come up with alternatives for that. And so that's all that I have today. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion on the table. All in favor of the motion to investigate source of, is it a specific number, Ms. Watlington? Is it a specific amount or number, or is investigate the source?
Yeah, the reason the 7 million was there was because we wanted to be able to give folks a impact idea.
So, but the motion will be to investigate a source for arts increase away from the general fund.
Correct.
That's the motion on the floor. All in favor? Please raise your hand. All right, anyone opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. Okay. Did I get that correct, Madam Clerk? I'm sorry. Miss Molina raised her hand. Okay. All right. I understand that now, I guess I've been listening, and I guess one of the questions is, we've got a number of other selections. We have the set position request list. I'm sorry. 2 more to go. So the next item for consideration, Ms. Watlington?
Yep, so action C, and just as a pause, because I'm hearing some rumblings about action A, and I know that Councilmember Ajmira had mentioned that had some interest in particular line items. I just want to make sure that folks are clear that I'll speak for myself, am amenable to adjustments to these. So please feel free to speak on those particular ones.
She has the floor right now.
Okay, so for C, as you can see here, essentially the action is to eliminate new hire positions for this year. And you can see these are some of the items that have been listed in the budget book. There have been some reductions, if you will, based on interest from various members of council to preserve housing, CBI, and workforce development opportunity for hire this year. So that's why you don't see those 3 particular ones on here. But these were ones that had significant support to consider. So I would move that we accept this selection from action C.
Okay, so may I ask, if we went back, which were the ones that were asked or that were on the list but did not come up under the selection?
Oh, I found it. I was misreading.
CBI and
Oh,
what
I'm sorry.
else?
I misunderstood your question. CBI, workforce development, and housing.
Yes. Okay. And those were chosen with what rationale?
Priorities. We know that we're going to get the report out from workforce development soon, and we know that there's already significant dollars allotted to that work. So we wanted to make sure that we put ourselves in a position to make a hire there if we needed to support that work. And there's been a long time discussion about CBI and CBI University in particular, and what we need to do, especially as we look to do significant spend over the coming years to support our MWSBEs, and then housing, because of the work, as we see, Councilmember Mayfield has on her Faith and Housing Summit shirt that was executed today, and there were over 400 attendees and strong interest in that program. And so we anticipate we're going to need support for our housing staff in that space. So that was the rationale behind those 3.
And the rationale for not doing these is?
So that would vary by council member, so certainly would be open to discussion in regards to that. Yeah. Yeah, but I will say that these are the ones that folks generally said, I could see that.
All right, so.
And I will add too that I want to make sure that this is clear because this came up in some of the discussion earlier, is that we absolutely understand and recognize that it is the city manager's role to be specific about operations and how you're going to do the work. Our role is to set the tax rate. So these are the line items that were in the budget book. That doesn't necessarily mean that this is how it's going to be implemented within the organization. That is for the manager to determine. But because these were the ones we were reacting to, but because these were the line items that were in the budget book, our goal was to look at what could the potential property increase or property tax increase change be overall. So this is the specific list because it was in the book, but as far as council members making specific decisions around don't hire in this department versus this department, that wasn't the intent of this. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, I think so. I guess the question, I want to simplify as much as we can. We can either ask the manager to cut 1,129,000, or we could actually go down a list and everybody could talk about who's on that list.
No, I like your first. I like the first one better.
Well, I do too, but I want to make sure that we're just asking him to manage his
Correct.
work, his cost of personnel to reduce it to 1,000,002.
Correct.
All right. Do I
That's
have
the
a, is that a
motion.
motion?
Still looking for a second. Yes.
That's a motion, Ms. Mayfield?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or questions?
So
Okay.
I have a question. I just want to make sure, so we are not going off of this list. Manager would figure out ways. It may not be specific to this line items.
That's what I think
Okay.
Ms. Watlington said, yes.
Okay, so while we're saying that, I also just want to
You
emphasize.
can't ask for somebody to be on the list because
I
we're
don't.
talking about taking them off now. No new people, no, okay?
No new folks. So this 1.2 million could go from other budget. So it doesn't necessarily mean just this list.
No, this would be where he would reduce the city's operating budget by 1.2, 1.1. I think, Ms. Watlington, she's asked a question. I want to make sure it's about reducing the operating budget by 1.1 million.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Ms. Mayfield, did you have another question?
Well, no, we were just discussing here that these are general fund dollars, so
Yeah, they are.
that it doesn't need additional specificity.
That's right.
Because the point is that we want to reduce by that particular amount.
Well, I'm sure he wants, right, that's what we're trying to do. Okay.
But it is
All right, any
personnel
que-
expense.
It is personnel expense, right,
Yeah.
yes. All right, all right. Okay, go ahead, no.
Yeah, I have to ask if I don't understand. So for the 1.1 million, is specifically for the personnel operating budget? That's it?
It's go ahead.
So if I understand what the, question is, and I've done this long enough to yield. So what you're asking me is on the personnel budget, instead of going in and saying, you must eliminate this, I can do it from a series of options. Maybe I'm going to have a higher turnover, or maybe I'm going to hold positions vacant a little bit longer. And so if that's the general guidance, I'm fine.
Okay. Ms. Brown, you okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm
Mayfield?
actually, so I'm trying to gain some clarity around this. I know that we have staff that was doing some research. Is this congruent with any staff recommendation, or is this something that?
Well, we asked the staff to tell us options, and this was included in the option.
So this was the option?
It was no. Some
Just
of
if
these
I
are
may, I
for-
could give a little background on it. So the way it began is we were having the conversation like last week, right? That 8 of us wanted to look at potential ways to reduce the tax burden. And so from there, Councilmember Bakari, and I asked specifically about particular departments, Councilmember Bakari asked about a broad budget overview for staff to come back and tell us options. So they did that. Just meanwhile, he was looking at particular options, as was I. And it just so happens that, not just so happens, there's only so many options in the budget. We all pretty much came back with some version of similar options. So what you see here on page 5 is what staff brought back to us, which also happened to be the same places that we were looking. So the differences that you'll see are to what degree do we want to impact those particular things.
Yeah, because I wasn't a part of those conversations. I have no idea what those conversations were.
We've been running like crazy. This came in our packet, so everybody should have gotten the.
Yeah, that part, but this part.
Yeah, okay, so this part has been at it's been a working,
Okay, all right.
hot off the press, okay?
Mr. Jones would like to address.
I can manage this.
Okay, he's going to take care of it. So I would like for everyone to raise their hand for once and have a unanimous vote unless you really feel different about it. The manager said he can manage this. All right, all in favor of the motion? Ms. Mayfield wanted to, all right, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
In favor of the motion.
In favor of the motion. Anyone opposed? All right, we got one opposition. Mr. Graham, okay. All right, now,
Great job, guys. And then finally, from my list, I don't know if folks are going to circle back to action A or not, but from the list that I gathered from the various conversations, is this particular one around salary increase reduction. So I'm going to pitch it, but I definitely don't want to misspeak or misrepresent the position, so certainly would defer to some of my colleagues on this one, but I'll go ahead as part of this process is make the motion for it.
action E.
Yes, for action E, to reduce merit pool for salaried employees from 4% to 3%.
Do you have a motion?
That's
I
the
would have a
second.
motion. You have a second. And we have a second. All right, so you see what's up there. I mentioned this to Ms. Watlington, and when she talked about this with me, I don't know who the salaried employees are, but I am very concerned when Ms. Mayfield seconded. And I am very concerned when we look at our salary and personnel folks, especially with issues around childcare for women workers. These things really often, from my research, really impacts women more than it does than. And so I would hope that we are very carefully looking at this, because I don't know that we talk about the public, the 3 to 4 could make a difference for a number of reasons that are going on right now. So with that
Mayor,
statement,
Before we vote on this one, can we ask staff to leave the room before we vote on this one?
now I like those women over there. So with that, Ms. Mayfield had
and I do.
and Ms. Ashmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I would also like to share for clarification and clarity when having this discussion, for me personally, we are specifically supporting the idea of salary. We have employees that are at our hourly employees. We're having a number of conversations regarding how to get them to an equitable place based on the city of Charlotte. Just not even going through the whole list, which I made some of my colleagues sit through, but from 190,000 up to 305,000 are some of our salaries. So a reduction of that one for me, no disrespect, I love the work that our staff do, they gonna be all right to a certain extent. We have some of our a large number of our hourly employees that, for me, we have an opportunity to do something very different just based on the climate of what we have in our city. I am not saying we are not doing an increase. I just support the idea of us, have we scrolled past it? Like, where are we on this? Thank you, because even with glasses, I'm like, where did we lose it? So even with looking at that pool from 4% to 3%, thank you for us visually challenged people with glasses. I support the idea of us supporting our staff. That 1%, can contribute to our reduction, but also can help us look at other ways that we can support potentially our hourly staff and address the desire we have of not increasing taxes to a level that is unsustainable, knowing everything else that's going around from us. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. But again, all of those salaries are out there. It is a much longer list than that. But I'll just say from $190,000 to $305,000 a year, that 1% could make a greater difference for some of our lower paid employees that are at that $38,000, $52,000, $47,000 range. I just wanted us to take that into consideration. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ashmira?
Oh, yes. So, Mr. Manager, I know that you suggested that you would be able to come up with 1.1 million in total reduction from our operating. Would you be able to do the same for 945,000 without affecting our salaried employees? Maybe look at travel, I'm not sure, catering, whatever it is. But I would like us to suggest that instead of, I do want us to recruit and retain the best talent that we have, like Ryan Bergman, right? And all our strategy and budget staff and other amazing staff that we have. So if we can find other ways, Mr. Jones?
I think the issue is it's a continuation.
I wanted to hear
I know, I
from-
wondred if it's, could you do
Mr.
it
Jones,
over?
could you please?
Yeah, I'm trying not to push back on it. At some point, it reminds me of a recent negotiation I just did. At some point, if it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, it's real tough for me to not cause pain in the organization. And that's a little bit of my concern.
So you don't think this would be possible?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that
Hold on, let me just hear you.
we were
out.
doing like $1.1 million, and I felt comfortable because worst case scenario, I don't do what's on the board, but you still left it up to me to manage it. If you asked me to cut $5 million out of this budget, I would tell you it's going to be some pain.
Right.
So $1 million, we can keep ourselves together for 10 days. But if, when we start to go significantly above that, and I'm just being candid with you,
Right.
I just don't want to have something that you really think is important that we don't do or we delay for 9 months or things like that. But again, if this is 9:45 and this is where we are, I don't want to push back so hard. I just don't have.
You're not sure
Certain-
100%.
Exactly.
So I think since Mr. Jones is not certain 100%, I would like us to, I would like Mr. Jones to come back and tell us whether that would be some sort of, what would be that amount like?
If I can say something, I think what the manager's talking about with that $1 million in flexibility is that it's a small enough number that throughout the year, we may be able to find opportunities that naturally happen, the smaller it is. I hope we don't create something where we have to come back in 5 days with $1 million or $2 million.
More.
Right.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
I
all right.
know, I have the Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Mitchell, and Ms. Brown.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep, thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, I just want to say that the exercise of going through and trying to extract waste or redundancy in the budget is an extremely useful exercise, especially given a tax increase. I've done this many, many times throughout my career, but what I do want us to be careful of, especially because we are talking about personnel dollars, and I know the manager was very amenable to say, hey, I can try and figure out how to flex with $1 million. But eventually what occurs is the work isn't going to be reduced. We still have our priorities. We still have all of the things that we're asking staff to do. And eventually what's going to happen is instead of going out and hiring someone that's talented and capable to do the work, it's going to be outsourced to a consultant or we're going to bring somebody in at a third party, which overall becomes much more expensive, especially if it becomes a practice, because I'm pretty sure that we're not going to say, okay, well, we'll just push that deadline back 3-4 months on this major initiative because you really don't have enough space on your desk to do this work. So I just want us to, it's my personal belief that with this personnel issue, this is an operations muscle, and it should be left to operations. We as a board of directors should be providing instruction and intent, but letting the operations directors and the operations manager, in this case the city manager, make the decisions around how they're going to flex. But the organization is already relatively lean. We've gone through various budget cycles, and we're actually trying to increase pay for all of our employees rather than identifying, where there is fat or waste. So it's my inclination to allow the manager to continue running a very well-run, relatively lean operations, because that is within his wheelhouse to do. And for us as a board of directors to just provide some guidance around potential decreases in percentages. But I think we're getting into some dangerous territory where we're going to be a penny wise, pound foolish at the end of the fiscal year. So that's just my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Mitchell?
Most of my colleagues know when we get on this topic how I feel about government employees versus the public sector. I think our town employees are very underpaid, and if they would leave and go to the private sector, they would be compensated at a different rate. So I'm going to stay true. I think the city manager has hired some outstanding people. I think we ought to continue to reward them based on the value they bring not only to us, but to our city. And so my colleagues know I've never been a fan of not rewarding hard work. So I will not be supporting this,
All right.
this motion.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for the record, we are not proposing any salary cut. We're not proposing any salary cut, even 3% or 4%. We're simply saying, congratulations, you'll be getting a 3% raise this year. Thank you. And that's for the salaried employees. And this is a win-win situation. We are trying to reduce property taxes. And we're simply saying you're getting a 3% raise this year. Your salary's not being cut. There's no layoffs, none of that. That's it. So, thank you.
All right. Ms. Johnson, you just finished, and so Ms. Brown.
A lot going on, right, Madam Mayor?
Yeah,
Can't
we
keep up
do.
with everything. It's a lot going on in the room today, but it's very important. I would just like to say that I love the staff and what they do and their skill set. I saw the salaries as public information. They're paid their worth, but I can't tell people, what their value and their worth is. But I also listen to the city sanitation workers that keep the city clean when they're downtown and they're picking up all the trash and they're making sure that our streets are clean. And the utility workers, they need an increase as well. So, wherever we can try to make it work, I'm going to always speak up for the blue-collar worker. We need to get them to a pay that's satisfactory, where they can take care of their families. Some of them are homeless, and they work for us, the city of Charlotte, and make this city look good. And so, salary is a sensitive subject, and if it's 4%, and we can go to 3%, and if that money is going to be used to our sanitation workers and the guys that work, or women that work on utility and water, how can we guarantee that, though? We don't know that that's a guarantee. And so, talent is talent, and our workers work hard in the sun, rain, sleet, hail, and snow. So we, want to, if that's a way that we can do that, then I'm definitely gonna be supporting that.
I don't think that we would not be able to do that.
But I'm going off of what you said, Councilmember Mayfield. You want to clarify, please?
Madam Mayor, may I clarify? So for what I was saying, the salaried workers, a number of the workers that you're mentioning is the exact reason why I say I'm supporting 4% to 3%. As Representative Johnson said, yay, you're getting a 3% raise, because our higher end, that 190,000 a year up to 305,000 are not our sanitation workers. They're not the ones that's out there every day. So they're not making that almost and over $200,000 a year that you need to make in the city. That's why I say I support, and it's disheartening that the conversation is becoming something other than what it is. Nothing is being taken away. We're just saying, let's forego that increase. Instead of 4, let's go to 3 just for salaried employees. And I gave the example of which is out. You can easily pull it up on the on data.charlottennc.gov, which I've already shared on social media, to look at what the salaries are. But our sanitation workers.
Wait a minute, yeah, we have got 3 conversations going on at the same time.
I don't know why.
And I just want to make sure. I think, Ms. Brown, if you're asking if we didn't spend this.
That's what I was clarifying what I was asked.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So that's why, and I am in total agreement with you that our workers that are out there, a number of them are not in, we have some opportunity to help grow their salary. This, when I look at our salaried employees and looking at 3%, a 3% increase on 200,000+ a year, 300,000 a year versus a 3% increase on $46,000 a year, 2 different conversations. How can we help some of our lowest paid workers? That's why I was saying I support, instead of 4%, 3%. You're getting a 3% raise. A lot of companies, you get a 25-cent raise. So I'm thinking 3% is great. We just don't have to go to 4. But I appreciate that being able to clarify that, because you and I are on the exact same page. We're thinking about some of our workers for the city that are most vulnerable, and how can we help them while also helping them not have to pay more in taxes when you're not making enough on the front end.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayfield, for your clarification. Okay, so for me, with the clarification, I will be supporting the motion. I will be supporting the motion.
Okay. Mr. Jones would like to speak to this because.
Yeah, let me just, and I've struggled with this a little bit, terminology. So salaried employees, hourly employees, administrative employees, operational employees. And I know Sheila's here. Ms. Simpson, I believe when we start talking about salaried employees as we define it in the system, you have individuals that are doing administrative functions and maybe making $60,000 a year. So I don't want you to have me, I don't want you to implement something thinking one thing, but it's really doing something else. So we're talking about a couple thousand employees that some of them make $60,000 a year that would go from 4 to 3.
All right.
So, responding to Mr. Manager, thank you so much for that. But we're not taking anything away from anyone. I don't support taking anything. I said that when I first started speaking. Salary is very tender to me. People, you can't put a value on a person's worth and what they bring and their talents and their skill set. I think I'm invaluable. There's no price tag that you can put on me. So that means I can't be brought, sold, or told. So I understand what we talk about when we talk about value. I think I'm invaluable and irreplaceable, as I think each and one of my colleagues feels the same way about themselves, But I'm not trying to take anything away from anybody. But if we can add to those that are most vulnerable, that's what I was just speaking to. Councilmember Mayfield gave a complete, thorough explanation as to what I was asking for my question. I want to be crystal clear on that. I'm not trying to take anything away from anybody when it comes to salary. I would love to see everybody make their worth, which you can't. That's not going to happen in a perfect world. It would. But I am very, very concerned about blue-collar workers because I'm one. And that was my point. And I'm going to leave that with an explanation point, okay?
Okay, Mr. Drake?
Madam Mayor, can I just ask a
Yeah.
point of clarification? Because we're having a really great conversation, but is this 945,648 number, is the motion to reduce that percentage from 4 to 3% to be allocated to hourly workers? No. It's just simply to reduce this? Okay, because there was a conversation around increase in hourly workers' pay. I'm just,
Ma'am,
okay, got it.
Madam, just for background of what could happen, but this is strictly just, instead of 4, let's say 3.
Gotcha.
If we
Understood.
say 3, this is how much it can save.
All right, so now I'm going to address Mr. Driggs, followed by Mr.
My understanding of
Graham.
this conversation is we're looking for ways to reduce the tax increase, which means if we do this, we're not finding other uses for that money. It's going to affect the tax increase. That's what I understand. What troubles me here is normally this conversation takes place in a data environment. We have comparable compensation in other cities, we have inflation, we have private sector, and so we have an objective basis for making a decision about this. I think it's unfortunate the 4% came out in the manager's budget, and we're now talking about cutting it as if we were taking back something that maybe the employees thought they had. That's a bad look in my mind, even though I'm 100% on board with a tax reduction, whatever that represents, 0.05 cents. And it would be great if we did have, again, a justification, one way or the other, to say, look, this is what's going on in the industry. This is what the private sector is experiencing. Here's what you get when you adjust for all the benefits and various other things that go with the job security, and so that we could have an objective conversation.
Excuse me.
But as it is, for the sake of 0.05 cents, given the discomfort I have with a lot of other features in the budget, trying to squeeze that out this way is something I have a hard time with.
Okay. Ms. Molina, followed by Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to start by saying I do realize I was late, and I know that I actually was watching. I'm a single mother, and I have a responsibility to pick 2 kids up who are having exams this week. So I just, even without that, though, I'd never even heard of this. Like, I've not talked to a person. I don't know what this is. And even with the explanation, it's really hard for me to get comfortable with making such an important this determination on the fly, right? The position that we hold from my place of reference is that we are a board of directors. We are not, we don't institute the what. We really instruct the how, and right now we're getting into the what without any type of specification, without any type of information to give us, lending to what Mr. Driggs said, something specific, right? What are we doing specifically? How does this match up with the actual numbers in this 4-point-something billion-dollar budget? And I think making these decisions on the fly like this is something that we're not doing responsibly. I don't feel comfortable with this. And not to say that we don't need to make a reduction. In full transparency, I think when we say out loud to the average constituent who don't have the ability to see what we see, that we're with the intention of cutting this for people who make more, and then we say out loud that there's an intention to give it to people who make less, when that's not an expressed decision that we're making, then we're actually creating some level of false hope. We're making somebody believe that if they make a certain amount, that this amount is being cut so that we can save it here and give it to them, and that is not what we're doing from what I'm understanding. So, and again, that's from what's being said around the dais. That is not me saying that I've had any type of internal conversation prior to sitting down to make this on-the-fly adjustment. But I definitely won't be supporting it for that reason, because there's no way to really make a real determination as far as quantitative information is concerned to say we're cutting this to do what, and just to say that we're doing it to cut. And look, I make what I make here. This is my full-time position, right? So I make less than $25 an hour. I am one of these people, for real, right? So this ain't like a, and I have a master's degree and a whole lot of education. I speak a few languages, but that's totally different. I still don't see the need to cut something without us having some specific details surrounding exactly what we're doing, because right now we're digging into the how of the organization without having specific information. And so I can't get comfortable with it. It doesn't make any sense right now.
Mr. Graham.
I think you took all my comments, you and Mr. Driggs. No, certainly, no one's advocating for a tax increase, but as an organization, for the last 3 years, we've been very disciplined in terms of our budgeting and our forecasting, and it was forecast to this council almost a year and a half ago that we had to, at some point, pay the price for a growing city. The first column A was basically all infrastructure. And we talked about infrastructure for the last year as a council, saying that we needed to do more, and now we were suggesting cutting it, right? So I don't see the rationale other than to reducing the tax rate. I'm sensitive to what's happening around me, but this is being done in a vacuum with no forethought as a group or as a board of directors. It's just trying to lower the number. And when you have a $4.4 billion budget proposed, 0.05 it's kind of minuscule.
All right, we have a motion from Ms. Watlington, second by Ms. Mayfield on the floor. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. 1, 2.
Are you not voting for your own thing?
All.
Well, I'm the facilitator of this process.
Okay. This is, I'm sorry, why are you, we have a motion on the reduction of the salary from 3 to 4.
Okay.
All in favor, raise your hands. 1, 2, all 3, 4. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, motion fails. Thank you. All right, I think we have 1 or 2 more items from the list that Ms. Watlington has created, and I guess we just did the merit pool. Now we're on
So we
to.
just did E.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, that concludes
Okay.
the 4. I just wanted to, I know there was some conversation about circling back to A because of substitute motion. So if from a process standpoint, I need to ask to reconsider the motion, or somebody
Was
on the
there a
winning
motion,
side.
Ms., from the
I'll ask to
clerk?
reconsider the motion.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
I don't know.
Was there a motion?
Oh, I see.
Ms. Watlington has asked the clerk if there was a motion that would allow for Section A to do a line item change as a result of the amount of money for Vision Zero was from 20 million to 10 million, to reduce Vision Zero from 10 to 20 million. I think that did not pass. The motion did not pass. So I'm not sure what the
So,
request is.
Procedurally, I know that Councilmember Ejimira was saying that she wanted to offer a substitute motion, but we didn't have opportunity to do so. So from a procedure standpoint, what I'm asking is somebody on the winning side, if they could reconsider the motion, that way she would have an opportunity to offer up her substitute motion on option A. Because she wanted to get one in, but we never took a substitute motion for that. So somebody on the
But
winning side.
would it be to increase that?
No, the first thing we have to do is to vote to reconsider that motion. It needs to come from somebody on the winning side of that motion because it was voted down. Somebody who voted against it would need, actually, matter of fact, Councilmember Ejimira could do it herself because she voted against the motion. You could move to reconsider that particular motion, we would have to vote to reconsider it. And if that passes, then she could enter her substitute motion in.
So, Dr. Watlington, I
Yeah.
think the fact that we voted as we did on all of these items does not preclude another motion.
That's true,
after
too.
One of them,
Yep,
right?
that's true, too.
So we're not contradicting the action that we took. We're now offering something new.
We can do it that way
I
as
think
well.
we-
I think it would
can-
be easier if Ms. Sajmira has a motion for this, what, your motion?
Yes, so my motion, so when we had option A, there was a tie. I did not support option A, so what I'm proposing, if you could just bring option A on the screen and just maximize the screen, please. Yeah, so all the items we can see, option A, action A, sorry, action A. So I support, okay, so I support reduction as is, except Vision Zero to keep it at $20 million. Because that is specifically to address traffic fatalities. So I do not want us to reduce that from $20 million. The rest I can support.
But the
Second.
motion failed.
Wait,
It
the motion
failed.
failed, so I
There
don't,
is no
if
reduction.
the motion is not, if the motion is
So
failed, the
motion-
reconsideration, you guys, this
So-
is like,
So you have to make a motion. I can
I think we need to go ahead and figure this out. Let's take a 10-minute break. Everybody take a break, and then we'll confer with the attorney, because I'm not quite sure what,
Where's right, there is an attorney right there.
okay. And
So you're saying you agree with all the reductions?
let's take a break and. Can we call our meeting back to order from the recess, please? I think that we were passing out communications for the council members. But let's go ahead and get started. We have now, I want to recognize Ms. Ajmira. Do we have 1, 2, 3, 4? We have enough? Ms. Ajmira, you're recognized?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want us to go back to option A. So I'm making a separate motion. So if we can, yeah, perfect. Thank you. So everything on this list minus reduction in Vision Zero and future city facility capacity. So those two items should be removed, and the rest I support.
She said.
I would just want to make sure when you are saying the CIP reductions, it's the strategic investment areas you would like not to
So
be.
let me just restate my motion.
Okay.
So we have option A here. If we can just pull that item here so everyone can see on the screen, please. The other PDF. Okay, great. So you all remember we had a big increase in this year's budget for our CIP dollars. And part of that funding came from a property tax increase, which is $0.015. And we all know that we are trying to find ways to tighten our belts and trying to find ways to reduce the tax burdens on some of our most vulnerable members of our community, such as renters, those who live in neighborhoods that are highly gentrifying. So we have an obligation to figure out tax reduction that will alleviate some of this pain. So what I propose out of this option, action A, that we take out line item for Vision Zero, we take out line item for future city facility capacity, because that directly addresses the fatalities and time is of the essence. I do not want us to reduce Vision Zero bucket. And the future city facility capacity, we are looking at options, alternative options for animal care and control that Councilmember Brown had advocated for. So with those two line items, if we remove that, that will take out $10 million. So we are looking at $65 million in total bond reduction in 2025.
So you are.
2024.
You're reducing the bond referendum that was recommended.
Yes.
To change from the, I can't see which side is the.
From 75 million to 65 million.
But you are changing the Vision Zero sum from 20 million to 10 million?
No, I'm not saying that.
Things don't change. Everything.
So you're reducing, you're pulling out the strategic investment areas. You're reducing.
Mr. Driggs, can you please?
I understand those two. Okay.
And this is not advocating, I'm explaining, but we're going back to what we were talking about before for A, all the cuts on that list, except not cutting two items that Ms. Hashmira wants to be excluded. So you're looking at everything other than those two lines that you see on that list. And that's, so not the $10 million, do not include that. Could we keep that up, please?
Yeah, that would be easier if we can just keep that.
I just want to make sure, when we started out with this, I thought the motion was approved or was not approved with that, with one change in it, the elimination. And then you're just, but then this would, I just want to make sure that we're not impacting the bond referendum as a reduction. That's what I'm concerned
So
about.
we are, so total bond reduction by $65 million.
Yeah, but that 100 million for housing is still in there.
Okay, I got it. Okay, that's a motion, Mr. Mitchell.
Mayor, let me be very clear on the total bond. So we're talking about the original affordable housing bond of 100 million. You're now suggesting reduce that to 65 million?
No.
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 Suggesting, I'm not changing anything
okay.
on a housing bond referendum, that's separate. All I'm suggesting, the 75 million bond reduction that was proposed by Councilmember Watlington, that was supported by 5 council members, there was a tie. So what I'm saying is that instead of 75 million reduction, I'm proposing that we have 65 million in reduction. All I'm doing is not reducing Vision Zero, because that time is of the essence, because that directly addresses fatalities on the roads. Yeah, but that doesn't have a line item, because that's just the capacity in 26 to 29.
What about the children on the walking the sidewalks you were concerned about?
Madam Clerk, can you read the motion from the Action A CIP reductions?
She was concerned about the children on the sidewalk.
Ms. Ashmir's motion?
Yes, no, not the one that was acted on by the council. Can you read what
The
that
one that
one?
Ms. Wallington.
The original motion.
Okay, hold on one moment. I
The
can't-
one that got approved.
It didn't, there wasn't one that got approved.
Can we just let her read it first?
Okay, so that motion moved by Ms. Watlington, seconded by Ms. Johnson, was to accept the items from Action A with the exception of the last one. So it was the last one that was written up there. And you want the vote as well?
Yes, and what was the vote?
The vote was a tie. So for the yays, we had Mayfield, Bakari, Watlington, Brown, and Johnson. And the nays were Driggs, Graham, Anderson, Ashmira, and Mitchell.
Okay, so what I want to make sure that we're doing, and what I think we're saying, is that these items were not to be reduced as a part of the budget, and with the exception of taking the eliminate future city facilities, and now we're adding Vision Zero?
No, the items are okay, I'll restate it. All she's asking for is to accept these selections, these changes to the bond. If it's not on this list, it stays as is. So for example, for housing at 100 million, it's not on this list to be changed, so it is not impacted. The two that Councilmember Ashmira is saying to take off of this list is the second item, Vision Zero, and the last item, which is that facility capacity.
I understand. I want to, is there any other adjustment to this item? So this would be, what's left would be our investment areas, the corridors of opportunity, and the sidewalks. So on this item, Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I realize that I wasn't here for this vote, so obviously I'm going to highly affect this vote, and I need to know a few things. So when we say we're going to, hypothetically reduce $5 million from the corridor, which corridor? Whose corridor? That does matter. It matters because we're saying we're going to take $5 million away from it for something else. And my initial question would be, what are we not doing now, right? What are we not doing as a result of this? We're going to take $25 million away from the strategic investment areas that have been previously proposed. Which strategic investment areas? Who now? And I represent East Charlotte, and the people that I represent right now are pretty pissed. And so if you try to start taking more stuff away from us, we probably going to set up outside. It's just the rationale, not that I don't get the idea of being lean, but who is going to suffer? Who is the person, who is the group of people in this city now who can't get their piece of this pie? I can't support that on the fly. Look, there's no such things as winners and winners. Right now, we're choosing, inevitably winners and losers. And so if we're reducing $25 million in strategic investment areas that people have had a whole year to come up with and where they wanted to invest it, so they got to now go back to the table with $25 million less, and they got to decide who is going to lose. Right? And that's a problem. On the fly, today, never even having seen this before, to say that I'm going to support that when I don't even know where it's going to come from makes absolutely no sense. And then the corridors of opportunity, these are already underinvested areas in the damn city, right? Can we cut that out? I mean, I'm serious. These are undeveloped, these are areas that already have not had investment, and we're going to cut $5 million just because we say that that's going to put money to put somewhere else, and we just seen it today. Who going to lose? Who losing? Right? I don't want it to be East Charlotte, because I'm going to be in everybody's office if it's East Charlotte, right? So no, I won't support it. This makes no sense. I'm done.
So I want to, is there any response to Ms. Molina's on how we would make decisions around this? Is there any, has there been any thought as we talk about the reductions about how we would make them? Mr. Graham?
I don't have any thought, but I just want to echo her comments as being correct. I mean, a lot of these are items that the manager heard through the last year relating to infrastructure and things that we wanted to do. Children walking to school with no sidewalks. We need sidewalks, right? And now we're going to cut sidewalks. We got these playbooks for the quarters of opportunity that we're getting ready to implement, other than District 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, and now we're going to reduce that. We talked about infrastructure for strategic investment areas. We got this nice book we got, right? That I said was more fantasy than reality, and so it's fantasy now because we're taking another 20, and even $55 million was not enough, right, to fulfill the obligations of the infrastructure, but it's a start, and so we're going to take 25 million from it because, right, and so I get the reductions too. I don't want to raise taxes. I'm not here advocating for that. I'm advocating for building a city that hadn't had an increase in terms of, we can't expect nobody to invest in Charlotte if we're not willing to invest in ourselves. And we hadn't done that in 6 years. And what we're doing now is just looking for pennies, nickels, and dimes. And I guess we'll reduce the tax rate. That's fine. But we'll be back here again, mark my word, doing the same thing, trying to talk about the increase of the tax rate. So and as I told Councilmember Watlington when we spoke last night, I supported the manager's recommendation as it was submitted. I'm willing to make minor modifications along the way. These are not minor modifications. These are impacting operations, impacting our ability to fund infrastructure projects, impacting our quality of life for those who live here. And it's a balance. I get it. The county's raising taxes. The sales tax has nothing to do with these conversations at all, from my perspective. I don't care what folks in Raleigh think, right? I really don't, in reference to our business here locally. And this is not the way you do it, but hey, at 5 o'clock when the meeting's adjourned, I get to go home. Thank you.
Okay. I have the Mayor Pro Tem followed by Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Madam.
Mayor?
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I do this? Tarek was first, and then Mayor Pro Tem, then Ed.
Yeah, I feel as much tension as we have in this room. We've had other tensions that are different. I think this is super positive what we're doing right now. I think this is one of the most special, different conversations than I've ever been a part of in a budget process. And I think it is important. And I think what will happen here is we all realized, oh, this is how we do it. This is how we do it. And my hunch is we will never have just the same old budget process again after this. We may not accomplish everything here, but this is an important step. And essentially what this is a hybrid zero-based budgeting approach, something that is super hard to do. And I think we found a shortcut where in a week and a half, we got there. And then I think that the second piece is to this, at any year, but especially a year where we have one of the more significant tax increases proposed, this is what a lot of taxpayers expect out of us. They expect the several members of this body for a week and a half and over Memorial Day weekend that spent countless hours working and trying to figure out solutions where we didn't have to do that. But they expect us to spend 2.5 hours of a meeting one time a year when we're about to levy a tax on them. Did we actually try? Did we expend all options? So we may not walk out with everything. I started with this, and then Ms. Watlington started carrying the torch and working with several of you to get, but I think there's a huge, huge silver lining to this. And I would just say, Ms. Watlington, kudos to you, because your hard work over the weekend and your time in preparation just effectively reduced taxes for the first time in Charlotte's modern history. And that is not to be understated. And then finally, I just wanted to answer Ms. Molina's question, which I think is a great one. And I think the actual answer is that's got to be figured out in who wins and who loses. But someone's going to lose in all these scenarios. But I think that the other silver lining to all of this stuff is we have very good odds that the sales tax, with all the work the private sector, the MTC, the towns, all those folks have done, is brought up in the short session. But I believe, and I believe this in my heart, this is not some kind of, hey, do this because of this. My true belief is this. There's 10% odds of it making it through caucus and successfully passing in the short session if we do nothing other than what we've done. And I think we jump up to 70% odds sending a message. So to Mr. Graham's point, yes, there's a lot of steps, and yes, there's 100 different ways this could fall apart, but we have never gotten this far. And it's about going all in there. And to your point, Ms. Molina, there are going to be winners and losers in the short term, but this is part of a broader strategy. Instead of slicing and dicing up $33.7 million new dollars, which is a drop in the bucket and nothing actually gets done, we have a shot at chopping up $20 billion for our roads, for our rail, for our transportation system, for our sidewalks. So I would just say, well, if you're feeling frustrated about this, I've felt frustrated in a lot of our meetings, and even with losing most of all of my votes and proposals, I think this is something we should all be really proud of, because we're going to change the way we do business in this city from this
Point
moment.
of clarification, I want to make sure that I'm clear. I had no one has called my phone to talk about this, so I don't know who did what. This is the first time I ever laid eyes on it, so it's great to know that this was your implementation.
No, not mine. I didn't call anybody.
Okay, yeah, because I got 3 cell phones, and then none of them ring with this information. I knew nothing about
That's
it
fair,
over
fair
the last
point.
week and a half.
And I think that point, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think that point is, this is the lesson we've learned, which is this is how budget workshops 2 months ago and 3 months ago need to happen next year and the year after. And it's about us showing the manager and staff that there's a way and we are willing to do it and interested, and we have time. So this is not about this year's win. It's about next year's win.
So I think the question is, if it's not about, Ms. Molina's point was, if it's not about this year, then why not keep it as is? Because there's going to be some idea of winners and losers and something that we've outlined. I'm hoping I'm saying that consistently with what she is saying. So, we're taking out Vision Zero, and how do you take out or change or decision-making around the others? I think that's the point. So it's kind of, all right, let me go. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And, I do agree with Mr. Bakari that there's an expectation from our constituents that we have this level of granular conversation around budget. However, I don't believe that this is the time to do so, especially given that we've gone through our budget workshops. We had allocated that time to have these types of conversations. And I am not against any type of discussion like this, but in the final hour of where we're supposed to be with our budget, with no requests to modify the various budget workshops that we had in the past, et cetera, we are talking about reducing sidewalk investment, and we probably spend 15% of our time on council talking about the lack of sidewalks, how to get investment for sidewalks, the importance of sidewalks, kids walking to school on roads, being exposed to increased vehicular incidents. We've spent the 15% probably throughout the year talking about that, and the manager has clearly been listening, and so there's an increase in sidewalk, and yet we're going to reduce it and pull it right back down to where it is. The same thing with corridors, the same thing with Vision Zero. These are all areas that we all, as a council, for the vast majority of us, care about in some way, shape, or form, and advocate for an increase because we're hearing that from our constituents, and yet we're going to take an action on something where some board members haven't even seen this information at all or any of these recommendations. I just believe this is not the right space to do this in. I do believe this is the right conversation. I wish this would have occurred in the various budget workshops that we had, and I invite the conversation. I'm not against it, but this should have occurred in those spaces. And now it just feels as if we're deciding whether we're going to provide a 4% increase to some of our salaried employees who work in operations. You know, our constituent relations department are salaried. They make nowhere near $190,000 a year, right? And so we're impacting people's livelihoods with these recommendations that are good and thoughtful, but at the final, at the 11th hour. So I really and truly feel like we are in a situation where the county has increased taxes year after year after year on a 5-year window. The county has increased taxes. We have done an incredible job to not do so, even coming out of a pandemic. But Charlotte residents are Mecklenburg County residents, so they're feeling those increases, and they're not quite sure if it comes from the city or comes from the county. And if last year when we had this discussion, many of us said, we're going to have to do an increase. We're going to have to swallow that pill. It's going to be bitter. We should have done it last year, but okay, we're going to do it this year. And there's a thoughtful process to go about this. And again, we're all Charlotte residents. I don't want my taxes to go up either, but as a growing city, this is one of those decisions that I truly feel like so many cities throughout the U.S. have made bad decisions around how to manage and handle growth, and it has impacted their growth trajectory in a negative way. We can go down a list and name at least 3, 4, 5 of those cities. And this is a space where we have to make a tough decision about our growth that's undeniable and ensure that we are bringing the services that residents want, that we hear about, that we discuss on a monthly level. We're going to have to make those decisions. And if we make the wrong decision or the suboptimal decision based on a concept of being penny wise and pound foolish, while taxes are going up in Mecklenburg County, we're going to feel the brunt of that. So I just want us to have that full view of the arena, the playing field that we're on. We're going to feel the brunt of this if we don't make the right decisions around this. So that's my perspective, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Driggs,
So,
followed by Ms. Molina.
I agree with Mr. Bakari that it's really valuable that we did some soul searching, that we challenged this budget, that we looked at it hard, that we satisfied ourselves. But I think my position has been pretty clear, which is we are, if you look down the road, we're setting the stage for more tax increases. So what I wanted to see was a fundamental alignment of a future of taxation with the spending. And I'm afraid we're going to be right back here next year if we squeeze anything out of this tax increase, having to find that money again. because if we aren't ready to adjust our trajectory, all the needs from the UDO, all of the other stuff that's going on. In that sense, when I look at this particular item, I'm in favor of cutting, but at the same time, I will not support taking $30 million out of sidewalks in order to defend an increase to $100 million of housing. And I've said a number of times, I think the housing program is a very valuable program, but if we're going to do that, we need to be upfront with the city about what it costs in terms of other things that we aren't doing, in terms of the money we have to raise in order to service that debt. We can't try to create the impression that we're delivering all these benefits and they don't need to worry about the pain that goes with that. And so that's my kind of basic position on the sidewalks in particular. I mean, 50 million is actually in relation to the need that we've identified, a pretty paltry amount, right? You go down to 20 and you've basically told everybody that's out there waiting for a sidewalk to just, move to somewhere else. And I've been through this because of a couple of sidewalks I tried to get, and I was told that the waiting list was such that the Kuykendall and other places were on a never-never. I'm grateful, I was able to get a few $1 million kind of cobbled together on an irregular basis. But structurally, our road resurfacing program, our sidewalks, and the nuts and bolts of the city are being sacrificed in order to do the housing and not raise taxes. So somewhere we have to get back into alignment where the cost of what we're doing is more apparent to the people. And we all know that when we raise taxes, the pain falls back on a lot of the same people we're trying to help. So we're robbing Peter to pay Peter. And therefore, on this particular issue, because of the sidewalks and the housing and so on, I am not going to support cutting these items, even though I would love to see us achieve a more balanced reduction in the tax increase. And I did want to clarify to Mr. Bakari's comments, we have not achieved a reduction in taxes. What we're talking about here is reducing the increase in
I
taxes.
said effective. Did I not?
I don't know what you mean by
Well,
that.
Effective, the effective increase or decrease. Look, man, just continue.
I'm just saying, I
I'll
don't
just
want
fight
the
for the
word, I
conservatives
don't
and
want
you
the
just
word to
talk.
go out there that we're cutting taxes. We are talking about reducing the increase in taxes. And which is not to say it's not commendable, and I appreciate the effort, but the truth
Appreciate your
is
clarification.
that the tax rate is going to go up. It's an important point, because people hear something like we achieved for the first time in history a
An
reduction.
effective tax reduction. What part of that definition doesn't make sense?
Actually, I'm sorry, I'm an economist, and I will tell you, it doesn't make sense to much of anybody.
Okay. Good for you.
Effective tax reduction, people think it's going down, and the truth is that we are not achieving something that we never have in history because the tax rate is going to go up. I just want us to be clear about that.
Okay.
So that's where I am. I'm not going to support these cuts for those reasons. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also wanted to make sure that I'm clear in saying, when we do this, especially with this vote being our adjustments, right? We have a different audience, right? Our audience is broad. There are humans that have not been a part of this entire process who are watching our conversations right now. They're getting the tail end of some of us saying yes to something that they may not understand, some of us saying no to something that they don't have a full scope description on. Right now, they're hearing us choose on the fly winners and losers. I don't, on the surface, disagree with this being a robust conversation in the future, right? I do not disagree with us trying to make our city a fair place for as many people as possible, right? I will never disagree with that. But on the contrary, I feel like to make these decisions right now, when first, there's only been a few that are privy, and that's, I come from the old school thought of caucusing, right? All of us don't have direct relationships with each other, but some of us have relationships with others. So I know if I can pick up the phone and talk to a few of my colleagues, I'm going to call them. And the ones that I can't, just like with Eastland and, Dr. Watlington, I knew that there were certain people that I wouldn't be able to talk to for that particular vote. And I knew that she would be the person who could do that. So she done that, and she done it effectively, and she done it well. But that's what I feel like it would take in order to make these types of adjustments and everyone understand what's going on instead of finding out about it on the fly. And so if I have the ability to, I'd actually like to make a substitute motion, since, again, I wasn't here, right? I do not want to support this. I don't want to support this adjustment. So I make a substitute motion to not support these reductions in the CIP.
Okay. I think all of us have had an opportunity, but
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Billy.
we have a substitute motion on the table.
I know we have a substitute motion, and I don't think we can have a substitute until a substitute. And so, but we can have another
Who
motion.
was the substitute? I'm sorry, I missed the substitute.
All right. So what,
I thought you were a new one. I didn't even understand what was going on when I thought y'all had already voted it down, and
was
so.
there a substitute for the,
Is that a substitute?
I thought we didn't do a substitute, that we gave Ms. Ajmira the ability to make a motion.
I thought she made a motion.
Correct.
Made a
That's
motion.
correct.
And so
She made a brand new
can
motion, so
make
mine is a substitute motion.
You can do a substitute motion.
Absolutely.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Can we ask the city attorney, isn't her substitute the same as what we voted on and what you broke the tie on? It's the same issue.
No, you
not a
gave her
substitute.
permission when,
Make a new
after the
motion.
break, Ms. Ajmira said, I'd like to have a new motion.
She did.
Specifically for the Vision Zero and I think, what was the other one, Ms. Ajmira?
It's a substitute. Your motion is a
Okay.
substitute.
So it is a is it a substitute or is it a motion?
It's a substitute motion because hers was a new motion.
Yes, if you want to make a
Mine's a
substitute,
substitute.
yes.
I
And
would like a
she and Ms. Ajmira.
So can we get clarification
Graham
from the
second.
attorney? Because if she's
All right,
making a
let's get-
motion to
let's-
deny
we're gonna
it,
ask
wouldn't
the
that just be a
attorney,
no
as you
vote?
said, Ms. Johnson, let's just go ahead and do that.
So
Okay.
my understanding is that Ms. Ajmira's motion is a new motion and not a substitute motion. A substitute would be in order, however, I would recommend that a substitute to not do the motion that's on the floor, it may be best to simply vote that motion down.
Okay, so I'll kindly retract mine and we can go ahead and vote what's on the floor.
Okay, so the motion to move the Vision Zero from 20 to which amount, Mrs. Amira?
It's right there.
10?
Can you bring that screen up, please, so everyone can see?
Well, what Marie has is everything from the screen that survived. These are the only changes of the motion.
These are the things that are adopted for the vote, for the bond referendum.
No, the motion is to reduce strategic investment areas from 55 to 30, reduce corridors from 25 to 20, reduce sidewalk from 50 to 20, eliminate the 5 million. So the first numbers of all those was the proposed budget. The second number is what happens if you approve her motion.
Okay, so the question to Ms. Ajmira is to include Vision Zero.
No. It's just to accept what's on that board. That's all. Because
You know, every time y'all do that, I hear 2 people, 3 people, and I cannot understand who's talking. I know the shaking of the head, but I'm just trying to say.
yeah, don't say anything about Vision Zero. It remains untouched. So if it's not on the board, then it remains as per the recommended budget. All she's asking for is to make these adjustments. So if it's not on the board, it stays the same.
Okay. So we have a motion that states, I want to make sure that on the board, can you go to the top box before so we can see? So this was the original.
Original was.
Okay. I think the most important part of it is that we're taking out the strategic, no, we're taking out the vision, reducing Vision Zero to 20 to 10 million. Is that correct?
Ma'am. No, ma'am.
Taking it out? Well, see, now I'm confused then.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Okay, so
It's
this
up-
is what's happening, okay?
Can we all get this
Yeah,
one
okay.
page?
So let me see if I can help out, okay? So this Action A, the CIP reductions, which was voted down, now it's back on the table with 2 changes from the original. One is Vision Zero will not be included in this motion, in this vote. and neither will eliminate future city facility capacity, which is in the out years.
But that was already voted and eliminated before on the last vote. So we're only doing one, which is to take Vision Zero off the ballot. Is that correct?
If I could just step in, you guys are saying the correct things. It's just one of those things that it's right from both directions. If you're looking at it
That's always
from-
good to know.
If you're looking at it from the
Really.
list of Action A, it is everything on this list except Vision Zero, where there's no changes, and except the future capacity, where there would be no changes. But if you're looking at it as what gets reduced from the proposed budget, it's only the things on the screen.
No.
The 25, 5, 30, and 5 in that cell.
But this is what happened when you work on the fly.
65, the bonds would be 335 million rather than 400 million.
Okay, now that means a choice of whether or not you want to take reduced Vision Zero. No, to
No, Vision Zero stays the same.
the same.
The vote is around reducing strategic investment
Investment
areas from
areas.
55 million to 30 million, reducing corridors of opportunity from 25 million to 20 million, reducing the sidewalk program from 50 million to 20 million, and eliminating 5 million for center city transportation improvements. That's what we're voting to do, remove
That's right.
those things.
To have those on the ballot for voting this fall. Everybody good on that? Okay. Now, why is that different than the first motion that we just had? That we
The
just
first
did?
one has
Let's just do
reduction
it.
in
Let's
Vision
just do it.
Zero.
Do we have clarity on that?
Yes, we do.
All right.
All in, we're all aware, so I don't know that we need a motion, or do we just because of this? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor? Wait,
No, she withdrew it
Because she's,
because we can just vote this one down.
okay. All right, so all in favor of the change in the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
okay, so it passes.
All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I understand what you got. Okay. Just why I knew there was a flip. Mm-hmm,
So,
okay.
Ryan, what does that $10 million change result in from the 0.14 reduction? It's now what?
So you mean the $65 million change?
Yeah, now,
That's just-
yeah, what's the
Yeah,
new
it's
number?
.078 is the total change from this one action.
So we are looking at total change. Do we have that amount?
Give me one sec. So .128 from the two things that have been approved. So as it stands right now, before anything else, the revised rate would be 1.372.
Down from 1.5.
Yep.
So that's 13 cents, almost 12. I mean,
13 cents.
12,
.13.
yeah, 0.123.
0.13 cents.
Rounding error.
So I guess the question, well, no more questions. Okay.
Long as you,
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I got revised, my apologies.
What?
This is revised, this is revised, not.
Okay.
We don't always get what we want in this world.
I beg your pardon, Ms.
We don't
Brown?
always get what we want in this world.
All right, so
I can go back to criminalization.
now we're
Let's not
going
do
back
that.
to the items that we have. There's the remainder, I don't think we have any other items on the, from Ms.
All this money too. Now we're gonna add all this money too, right?
All right, so there are no other items to be chosen for this.
Madam Mayor.
From this page, is that right, Ms. Watlington?
Correct, thank you.
Okay. So now,
Madam Mayor, there's one other one that was number 2 on the original list on this page. It's not from Ms. Watlington or Dr. Watlington or Bakari's thing, but this one right here, Ray's calendar, it was from Bakari from the original from May 20th.
Yeah, this would be an enhancement, not a reduction. I think you were saying there's no more reductions.
Right.
Say that again?
This would be an add, not a reduction.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes. So there is still a property tax increase, it's just lesser.
Not
than what we-
necessarily now,
Yeah.
right?
So I believe what's still remaining are the adjustment items that we had from last week that we need to cover.
does everybody have a copy of those?
That is, is that, Mayor, is that page, starting page 8 that we're talking about? That's starting page 8, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right, requested budget adjustment. So I want to start off with the items that we have. So I wondered have we sent this out or given this to anyone? Can you post this up? Yes. So as we were working through the number of items that we had for nonprofit organizations, for workforce development operations, and for additional equipment and supplies for CMPD. We looked at this and working with several members of the council, we grouped them by the purpose and intent. The first one was pretty easy. Workforce development, Ms. Ashmira, at the last meeting, said, let's pull all the workforce development items out. Then we looked at all the other items that were nonprofit items that were addressed or suggested. And then we had also, Mr. Bakari suggested some ideas for the police department. There was a suggestion from Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Mayfield on the Black Film Festival, as well as, I think I'm missing one, which was the teacher village. I believe that was one as well. So we have some that are singular, but I wanted to suggest a way that we could address this perhaps with less pain and agony. Okay, so
Good luck.
all of us know that there's ARPA funds that are remaining in the city. All of us know that these are opportunities that various members of the council said, these are things that I believe in. The staff has not had the time to actually do any more than just help organize this information. So in order to address this without a lot of go back and forth, we looked at those groupings and decided that it might be appropriate to actually fund these organizations from ARPA funding. So that would be the first decision, that we would fund them from the ARPA funding, that we would fund them up to an amount that would allow the staff to begin to look at what they are doing and then have a mid-year report on them and an understanding. So it's not to say that if you ask for a lot of money, we would actually say to you, we're going to give you an amount, and then we'll have time to actually develop criteria and information and all of those things that we have not had the time to do. So the suggestion was that everyone in the workforce development group receive $100,000 of ARPA money. In the next group, the additional nonprofit organizations, again, another $100,000, except if those groups ask for less money than that. So you can see where Stiletto was $77,000 and Save Our Children was $34,000. And then the next item was the CMPD information that was about the active shooter kits, the out-carrier vests, the ballistic shields, which are a total of now, I think $250,000, is that correct, Marie?
Doesn't sound right.
241, thank you, 241 for 450. And then the final one.
I'm sorry, no, that's not correct.
Okay, I'm
I have a
sorry.
$500,000 request in outer carrier vests that I I need to address each one of those one at a time.
Okay,
But the
so,
original proposal is still what stands. I don't know how it got zeroed out.
okay.
It doesn't matter, I'm going to address it.
So the other one was, we read the document on the litter cleanup, and it's basically a job training program for people that are coming out of incarceration, and they do this work, and so this would add a crew if we added the 250,000, and that would add a crew to that, and that was under Ms. Johnson's request. On the Black Film Festival, we suggested that we also, again, give them $100,000, boom, $100,000 to be consistent. All of this is the idea that Ms. Ajmira's committee has the responsibility for a really deep, intense look at how do we address external candidates that come to us and say, we can help you be better, to help us do the work. And so Ms. Ajmira has taken that with her committee, and we would actually try to ask them to do that work in the next 6 months so that we would be prepared, or actually a lot shorter time than that, if they could get it during the fall, so that we would be prepared to talk about what our criteria are, as well as everything else. So unless, I'd like to say, are there questions about this, and we'll try to work through it. Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the work that you and others did with this. Since we don't have this in front of us, this is new, I just want to get some clarification. What staff presented to us on page 13, when Councilmember Mitchell and myself identified Charlotte Black Film Festival, and I asked a specific question of would that fall under hospitality and tourism, staff came back that it actually is a legally eligible use of tourism funding, and gave us an idea of how to move forward with it, how we move forward, basically saying one consideration would be for the organization to provide expected impacts, local and tourism related, and a description of how the city's funding will be utilized. I'm thinking that's moving forward. I'm trying to understand how the dollar amount that we identified, the 287, was for these particular hospitality and tourism pieces, how that got reduced to 100,000.
Well, basically, we looked at it as this was a 2-year request. As Mr. Mitchell, help me if I get it wrong, it was that the Film Commission, or Black Film Festival, was for 2 years.
Right.
And so we were doing this to address the 1 year that we would have for all of these organizations, and so that's how it became that. But we also know that if it is something that we can do with additional funds from the tourism, that they could go there and we would say to them, please go and see how that works. But
So that could be in addition to our 100,000.
yes, it
And
could
then
be.
moving the
They have to go
conversation,
through the
moving
film,
forward.
what's the name of the film? We fund, or CRVA has a film.
Right.
So they would go and ask them, we would do that.
Film commission.
Right, because we have a
Film
film
commission.
commission, so I'm just trying to make sure that I have clarity in what we're talking about today. I'm not a fan of the idea, which we kind of set ourselves up with the one-time funding, unless we're extremely clear, because we have some partners that receive one-time funding but are now back. So I just want to make sure moving forward, when I made the recommendation for it to be from hospitality and tourism, what you have recommended that we have on the screen is that $100,000 actually comes from our interest from the ARPA dollars. And we're going to have a conversation regarding hospitality and tourism, since it is a legally eligible use for tourism.
Well, that was in the prior discussion.
I just want to have clarification that's what I'm listening, that's what I'm hearing today, so thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right. Yes.
On line item over there, number 36, it does say it's from Tourism and Hospitality Fund. I'm sorry, 27 and 28 will be out of Tourism Fund based on what's on the, is that correct, Mr. Bergman?
So when we were answering this, we segregated them to be, these are the ones that we think they're eligible. You could use hospitality tourism, but I think what the mayor is saying is that this is ARPA interest for it at this point.
But
One time.
Got it. So if it's eligible for a tourism fund, and I do see that in our notes, I'm not sure why we are using our ARPA fund, which has its discretionary funding that we could use potentially for other sort.
I think the manager would like to address that, Ms. Ashmira.
And I may have Tracy Dodson tag in. The concept is, just because it's eligible, let's just don't force it today. Is there an opportunity for them to go through a process, right? But if I have this correct, Mayor, the concept would be use some of the ARPA interest to at least make the commitment. And to Ms. Mayfield's point, if there's an opportunity for funds over and above that, at least the council has made a commitment initially through the ARPA funds. And still having the opportunity for these entities to go through the tourism process.
Okay. Generally, we thought that this might be the best and most fair way there. Now, I should say, equitable way for this. The only other thing that we have is that the Mayor Pro Tem and I have had a great deal of conversation with the Workforce Housing Partnership, with the Teacher Village, and the CMS had asked us for $1 million, and those fees would be covering the things that they're doing to prepare for the village. They are not going to be shovel-ready until March, but they have architects and things like that they say that they need to have the income to do that. So this $1 million that we have here, we talked with them about what does this mean for our own employees. And I talked with the school board chair, and she was here. She probably got so entertained that she had to leave. So when I talked with her, the discussion was, if you're doing this pilot program, which would be for the first $1 million from the city, that as they build additional villages on school property, which is their donation, the county's also doing, that those rental units or for sale units would be open to our employees as well. So that would be the commitment that we would make by giving them the first $1 million. We would have they are going to come back. They're going to come to the housing bond. If we get it approved by the council, they're probably going to come back for $3 to $4 million. And I see people shaking heads or nodding or whatever, but they will be coming back to this for our first round if we continue to do the work of the Housing Trust Fund as is. Just expect that to be the case. But that was the negotiation that I had with the school board chair, so they would be given that $1 million. All right? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first, let me just thank Ryan Bergman, Marie, and the entire team for creating this really comprehensive Q&A in a week. I certainly appreciate it. I had an opportunity to take this on my vacation and study this. But, on here, on page where it says that, let me just point to, let me just see on the, okay. Okay, Mr. Bergman, if you can help me find that on specifically workforce development.
It's on page 8.
Yes, thank you. So on page 8, under one-time cash expense, I see that they have not finalized a proposal or made a formal ask from the city. And that I had a conversation like yourself with Chairwoman Stephanie Sneed earlier today. and I understand the work that they are doing to recruit and retain teachers. Certainly, I think it's a great idea to support the workforce, but I would like us to review a proposal and have them submit a formal ask so that, and I know that the Housing and Safety Committee is looking at how do we spend our $100 million housing trust fund. So if you're looking at a comprehensive, if you're looking at comprehensively all the proposals, we will be able to really look at all the proposals that we are getting, because we also got to be mindful that we need workforce housing for our own employees, like solid waste, Charlotte Water. I mean, it breaks my heart every time we have the budget public forum. We have someone from solid waste tells us that he can't afford to live in our city, and he's living or staying in a motel, having to pay $400, $500 per week. We got to make sure that we invest in our own housing and collaborate with our partners. So I support their ask. However, I would like us to go through the process where committee reviews it and.
So I had that conversation with the chair, and we agreed on that. So that was not questioned by her, because they will have to apply to the trust fund, and that would go through the same process. So that was not a concern. The $1 million, however, was an immediate cash flow need for design and various construction things that they thought that we would support. But it's certainly up to the council to decide if they want to do the $1 million or not. So
just to
it's
follow
available, but I just gave you the information that she gave me.
So to follow, so this $1 million would not be from Housing Trust Fund, it would be from the general fund, is that correct?
It would be from ARPA funds.
ARPA fund. So have we actually looked at, have we ever provided design funding to any of our other partners? Like, for an example, faith partners that actually provide land donations. Have we ever done this for them, where we would not ask them to go through the process and we would provide funding just for design? Have we done that in the past?
I think, Sean, we'd be best to answer that question about the past, but what they have said is that they would like for us to support that kind of effort as a part of the school board. And the issue that we brought up was, well, what about our employees? This is for the pilot project. And then what would happen as a result of this is that they would go through the process for if they want additional funding from us, which they will.
So, Mr. Lee, could you address my question? Have we ever done that in the past, where someone donated the land and we provided design funding? By all means, let me just say, I support the teachers because my daughter will be starting at CMS soon, and I do want the best teachers for her and her peers. But I just want to make sure we are following the process, and what kind of precedent we would be setting if we are not following this process that we have.
I see Sean's about to reply.
I'm not aware that we've done anything exactly like this. I don't mean to be dismissive about it. I'm just not aware. And if Director Hefner is in the adjacent room and is aware of anything that we've done that resembles this, I'd certainly invite her to weigh in.
I think maybe we should check Little Rock.
Yeah.
I think that might be one, but I'm not sure. I just recall that, so just look at it and see if we can get that additional information before we can decide to take a vote on this now. Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the line of questioning of Councilmember Ashmira. One, I want to make sure we're not setting a precedent for something that could hurt us in the end. Two, we have a process. That process, I do believe that we need to stick with having an actual application. I'm not comfortable with us identifying this money through ARPA. We just spent the last 3 hours going over some potential reductions that, for needs that we have. So I am more in line with the idea of any excess ARPA dollars going to addressing the needs that our City of Charlotte residents have. I also had a conversation with Chairwoman Sneed. I like the idea. I shared with her, I wish this conversation was not started right now. I wish it had not been introduced into this space. She didn't know that it was going to be introduced in this space at this particular time, which caused some challenges. Yet, I think it could be a good idea down the road, but we gotta have, and there she back. She went and got the baby. We gotta have a process in place that is a clear process, because what I'm concerned about is other development partners that we have out there then looking to us and saying, well, we also are gonna need this, and you did it here. What that can potentially do. We are going to have a lot of conversations over the next few years in faith and housing. We're going to have quite a few of those partners coming to the table and potentially saying, well, X didn't have to go through a process. Why are you telling me I need to go through an RFQ or RFP process just to keep it consistent? So that idea of questioning, I support. I also want us to, and I'm going to always go back to this, everything needs to go through our attorney's office. If we're saying we may very well make a commitment based on a future commitment, if it's not in writing, it's not real. So unless we have some very clear language that identifies that here is the window, and then this window, this next development that is happening on land that we have no control over, that there it is in writing that our team, who we're responsible for, are going to have first right of refusal, first access, however the language is that clarifies it, versus unfortunately, we're all on 2, maybe 4-year cycles. Things can change in a 4-year period, which we've already seen, and if it's not contractually identified somewhere, it may get lost in translation, because a development can take anywhere from 3 to 7 years to come out the ground. So that would be the addition that I would ask, if we're going to seriously consider this, that our attorneys are having a conversation with their attorneys to have very clear language of expectations of, if, say yes, we do this investment, this is the expectation, so that there's no miscommunication or misunderstanding when that next time comes around.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the conversation. I certainly think that this is a unique opportunity for us to address an issue that we all know exists, which is workforce housing within Charlotte, North Carolina, and all of our civil servants, our teachers included, bear the brunt of not being able to live close to where they work. And some of them are forced to live outside of the city. And to your point, some of them have unstable housing. And it breaks my heart, too, that when we have public forums, we hear from not only city workers, but just workers in general who don't have access to proper housing that's clean and safe. Which is why I believe that this is an initiative that we absolutely should support. It's not a regular process of just bringing on affordable housing. It's a new model of looking at how can CMS and the county and the city of Charlotte work intergovernmentally to address in a targeted manner subsets of our civil servants, with the teachers being in the first wave, but a commitment, in Ms. Mayfield, and I completely agree, if there's a way to codify the commitment that in second wave, that it's city workers. Of course, we're worried about our city workers, but county workers, that's been stated as the intention. But if there's a way to codify that, absolutely for that. But this is an opportunity for us to tap into land that's unused and to stand up a model, to pressure test a model that could be scalable when we get this right. And, for $1 million to help assist over 200 families who happen to work in our CMS schools, that's an incredible ROI for us to take that first step right now. If we could do it for our workers, I would absolutely be raising my hand for that too. $1 million to help our city workers, over 200 families of our city workers have safe, secure housing, absolutely be raising my hand, and we'll do so in the future when we get this model right, hopefully. So I hope, in the backdrop, I hope we all support the fact that CMS is so important to the ecosystem, the economic ecosystem for the city of Charlotte. CMS has this model, which I believe you have in front of you, and I think Chair Sneed has communicated with just about everyone here and walked them through the direct ask. It was a direct ask. I believe she had an opportunity to sit down with city manager as well, so there has been a direct ask. But this is an opportunity for us to come together intergovernmentally and do something that can be creative and innovative on a national level. And I hope that we can support this with the understanding of any additional ask that comes from housing trust fund dollars. And right now, we have $0 in our housing trust fund, right? So we can't tap into any of that right for this. But in the future, if we're able to do the things that we want to do for the housing trust fund, of course, I'm a true advocate that CMS go through the process that Sean and Ms. Hefner usher and have overseen. But I hope that we can make this as a good faith nod to CMS, that we support the teachers to have safe, secure housing, and equally as important, an innovative model that in a second wave could be 200-plus city workers that can live and thrive in this environment. The other piece about this, which is in the paperwork but we don't really talk about, is not only providing the housing, but also assisting these workers in home ownership opportunities and readiness, right? So that's the next phases. But if we can make this step here, I think it would be a fantastic nod to CMS and the county that we are serious about our civil servants and workforce housing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Mr. Bakari.
Thanks, I'll be brief. I've been hypercritical in the last few years about our approach to affordable housing. With that said, I think this is pretty much as much of a no-brainer as we can get. It's a unique approach because it's teachers, and we know that need and that niche is very specific. It's a unique opportunity because it's a collaboration across the school, the county, and the city to get it done. It doesn't have to raise taxes with one-time funds and an approach to the ARPA approach. And then finally, just the numbers mathematically from an affordable housing perspective, our $1 million is a leverage of another $29 million that will be along with it. Our average cost per unit is $35,000. This would be $10,000 per unit to get 100 units from our portion of the investment, and it wouldn't be an affordability period of 15 or 20 or 30 years. It would be forever because that will be owned by the group. And ultimately, for all those reasons, I think it's something for everyone to support.
Thank you, Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I love what Councilmember Bakari just said. I think what we're looking at here is something that is a no-brainer, in my opinion, to support. And, I'm also a CMS mom. I have been for the last 14 years. And my children have gone through CMS since pre-K. So I've volunteered in more classrooms than I can count. Teachers struggle. They pull money out of their own pockets to help children across our city, even when they don't have it themselves. And I think it's worth noting that they're also our City of Charlotte residents. They live here, they work here, they raise their families, and they participate in our economy in the same way that we all do. So I think this is a unique approach to say that we actually, unlike many of our developments that we make decisions on, we currently don't even know who those beneficiaries are. Right now, we don't have quantitative information to say at the end of making a decision who those human beings are. The only thing we really make a decision towards with the hopes of impacting is their percentage of impact in the area median income. But that doesn't say that we have a particular sector of humans that we're designing a product for. And I think this is unique because, like Mayor Pro Tem said, it's scalable. If we can make this work, and especially from an intergovernmental perspective, bringing all of our entities to bear and our resources to bear, I think we then have an expectancy, a model that we can scale and say that we'd like to help more of our community members that do have a need specifically. And so I raise both hands and hope that we can, make this something that we support. And as far as our ARPA data, and to be clear, right now, we don't have any funds to make a decision from our Housing Trust Fund 4. Right, so that if we can't, this is an existing project, and, the chair has, I know for sure, spoken to many of us. And so I'm ecstatic about this opportunity to say that we would support our teachers. Oh, my God, with some of the issues that we have across our city with youth. A teacher being able to say, I know where I'm going to stay. A teacher being able to say that I live close enough to my school that I don't have to spend gas, this, that, all of the other things that all of us have to worry about. So I'm just excited about this project. I think it is amazing. And I absolutely will support it.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
So I'm a CMS grandma, Bishop Johnson, okay? That's all. I just wanted to mention his name. No, I'm just kidding. No, I had the honor of speaking with Chairwoman Sneed and also Rocky back here behind me. So, and I look forward to supporting this model. It is transformative. As an affordable housing advocate, I mean, this is something that we can scale. This is one of those pilots. I think it's a great example of collaboration and intergovernmental approach. So I think you're right when you talk about the model, and I look forward to supporting this. One of the things that I like about it is it's unique. And, I always talk about we're Charlotte, and this is an opportunity to lead in an area. And we also know that it's easier to build strong youth than to repair broken men. And so this is an opportunity to invest in our teachers, thus investing in our youth. When we talk about upward mobility, we need teachers. And one of the things that Chairwoman Sneed said, that we had lost 10,000 teachers. So I think that's important, and this is our opportunity to act upon that. So I look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm trying to catch up and read this proposal. I think what I'm I got some questions, essentially, which is why I support the idea of moving this over to a committee to have a discussion regarding, because I'm not totally clear about the ask. I heard money for design, which would be sunk costs, but I see negotiate tax grant agreements from the city and county for 100% of property taxes as well.
What you're saying.
So, yeah, and so I feel like I would really appreciate an opportunity to review this as a whole, find out what is the full financial commitment, just like we would do with any other housing trust fund. I also would just like to lift it up that as we're having these discussions, just to harken back to this whole conversation we just had for 3 hours, this money is not free, and it's going to impact the very people that we are trying to help in a lot of ways. So I just want us, as we're having these kinds of conversations and we're talking about the work that we want to do, just be mindful that it comes at a cost from somewhere. And so I do think it's appropriate to have the full financial picture of what this will look like. And maybe that is somewhere within these documents, but right now, I'm not super clear about what that is. What I will say is I love the idea of supportive housing. We see that teachers, beginning teacher salary is below even our solid waste workers, so that is absolutely something that we should care about in our community. To Councilmember Molina's point earlier, however, in regards to our Housing Trust Fund dollars, we don't know who's going to be in there, but we know who's not excluded. And so for me, thinking about the conversations that we just had earlier and the tough decisions that we had to make, I really am not clear as to why when we make this investment intergovernmentally, we're not seeing any kind of symbiotic relationship such that we would get at least a unit or two for our city workers. I understand this concept of future projects, but if I'm understanding correctly, this investment and then anything that comes in this next immediate round of Housing Trust Fund, once we're funded, if the bond passes, would also not be something that city workers would be privy to, which means it could be a couple of years out before something even shows up and we've made an investment. So for me, I'd like to dig into that a little bit more. That said, I understand that time is of the essence. So my question to staff is, when we look at this project from a Housing Trust Fund standpoint, if it's coming back to us for Housing Trust Fund, is there a way to front these dollars and that come out of the net request from Housing Trust Fund, or how might that work?
Let me take a stab at that, because I had this conversation with the chair this morning about what the use of the funds would be, could we pay it later or not do it? And basically, I'm sure she can speak for herself, but the question was presented that they are in the process of developing a pilot, and this pilot really, they did not have the cash, maybe, if I say this wrong, Ms. Steed, please let me know, the cash to do the development work that's being requested by, I think they're with Dion. Dion is their master developer. And so they do have a cash flow issue, and this would apply to that. Now, I said, tell me what that means, and I think that she was going to be able to give us some information about that.
Is it possible to just give the information from her?
I don't know. I don't think that's, I think that
is.
what we can do is probably send a letter or have another conversation. I think your point about having and codifying, well, how long will the next project be before, if we're building a pilot now, what is the next project? When will it hit the ground? Where is it going to be? And how could we include our workers in it as a result of doing this? But I think right now, basically, they're saying they need cash flow for the planning right now, and that they would be, and I thought it was very good for them to come back and say, and we will be coming to you for trust fund dollars.
So I'm
And
hearing.
so we have that choice.
I'm hearing upfront design dollars, I'm hearing trust fund dollars, I'm hearing tax grant agreements and rebate of property taxes. So yeah, it would just be nice to see the full picture of what that investment looks like, and assessed in a similar means of
I'm
what we
sure
do for
Mr.
Housing Trust
McGregor
Fund.
will be glad to sit down with you for that.
Yeah, I'd love to see it come through committee, because I think it is significant enough of an ask to do that. And then finally, just so I'm clear, because I'm not sure I'm completely following what we're doing here with the ARPA dollars, is last week there was a request that came out of committee, well, not even out of committee, out of this budget conversation about the $1 million additional potentially for juvenile crime. Is that baked in here somewhere?
I'm sorry, what?
So the question, no. So if we have $7 million, or $6.9 million in ARPA interest, the concept would be there's a number, I'm sorry, Mayor. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
Right.
The concept would be some of these requests would be funded from that, and if, let's say you funded $3 million of it, if that's the right number, then you still have $4 million left. And there have been some of you who have said, I'm holding off until some other requests for that ARPA interest. So by depleting it now, it leaves fewer opportunities for the ARPA interest past this budget.
And this particular upfront design engineering request is out of ARPA dollars? Is that, okay. ARPA interest.
All right.
Gotcha. And then my last question, just for completion's sake, I did lean over here to the expert and ask a little bit about advanced planning, knowing that we have an advanced planning fund, but it sounds like that's not a particular vehicle we could use here because we would never get it paid back via a capital project. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I just have a question for Mr. Jones. So, Mr. Jones, in our Housing and Safety Committee, we were looking at addressing youth violence. And there was a request, and I know we were potentially looking at ARPA interest bucket to fund some of those programs and opportunities. So what would be the funding that would be left to do that in ARPA interest?
So if all of these items came out of ARPA interest, you would still have $4 million left.
Okay, so 4 million for us to address youth violence, and I know that's something we are all.
No, not 4 million to address youth violence. 4 million to address anything that the council would come up with.
But Councilmember Ajmir, I think it's
No, but I
important to
guess
know.
I want to make sure, how much do we have allocated for youth, addressing youth violence?
3.5 million totally outside of this process was in the proposed budget, and nobody has suggested touching that.
Well,
Okay.
that's actually coming out of Housing and Safety Committee last week. We committed 2.5 to, Bakari, what's the name of it? Katie Blessing Center, with the understanding that we would try to get the 1 million from the ARPA interest. So it's out there.
So out of the 4, you'd like to take 1?
Yeah, one is, okay, so, okay.
45% of the remaining balance.
Okay. Any other questions regarding this? So what I'd like to do is give Mr. Mitchell the opportunity to make a motion on the requested adjustments for this document for the workforce development, which I do want to say this, though. It's really important to understand that we're really working towards how do we address these in a way that we can verify and actually get real count for what we see is going on. So I think the way that Ms. Watlington talked about it is exactly what we want for everybody to be able to do this. So with that, Mr. Mitchell, would you make a motion to adopt the various
Workforce development.
and nonprofits, and we need to go to CMPD.
Includes the housing for schools.
That includes it includes the housing as well. No, we have to, I mean, Mr. Bakari wants to address CMPD.
Separate, right?
I'm sorry.
So-
Yes.
Madam Mayor, because I thought we was doing this separately. We're now talking about just doing this in one full motion?
Well, I guess that's what I was asking Mr. Mitchell, if he would do a motion that would include workforce development and the nonprofit organizations. If you're not comfortable with that, we can go.
I'm personally not, because
Okay.
again, the question that I asked, I didn't know if I needed to put it in form of a motion, and that is, before a commitment of this going through our city attorney's office to make sure that the language codifies exactly what we're talking about doing before we just say yes to this. When we are now, if we move forward with everything, what was mentioned is a total amount that's left that we have multiple asks out there on. So for that one piece, I need to know, did you need a motion for us to do that? Because that's the only way I'm gonna be comfortable.
I don't think that we need a motion. I think that there is a contract. I'm going to, Ryan, would you explain how you notify, what is the process, and if it's been reviewed by the attorney's office? I think there's a.
We ain't approving it and then say, oh, well, that's not.
No, I hear you. So we could do it 2 different ways. For the financial partners that we consider to be an allocation that went through the process, typically when we approve the budget, you give the manager authority to work out a contract and do that. But with other things, we may just say all we're approving is the allocation, and there's going to be an RCA with a legal agreement with all of that steps that would come before council at a later date. And both are fine.
So we've done it both ways. You could either put it in the budget ordinance, or you can have a contract, on an agenda with a contract, and you've had the city attorney review the agenda item. So I think that's your preference, but we need some guidance today to start that process.
Thank you.
So would you like to go through these one at a time, Ms. Mayfield? Or maybe this is a better way. Is there an exception that you would like to recognize?
I just needed that clarification, Mayor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So Mayor,
Mr. Mitchell?
let me try to take a stab and get all of us on the same page. So the first motion I'd like to make is the Workforce Housing Partnership CMS Teacher Village be referred to the Housing Safety Committee on the June 3rd agenda. And that would allow us to still have a conversation prior to our June 10th voting. So that's the first motion.
All right, do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion?
With
Mr.
the,
Bakari?
Mr. Mitchell, with the intention of if it passes through there, that it goes into the budget?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Mr. Graham?
Well, I'm supportive of the $1 million, period. But, I mean, without going to the committee, but.
Wait a minute.
Will they have the answers to all the questions?
So
I don't think so. It's pretty simple.
Chairman
It's for,
Sneed and Rocky,
it's for,
I think they're accountable to giving what the committee needs, Councilman Graham, to move us through the process.
I mean, it's, what they're asking for is money for architects and those type of things, right? So it's pretty simple, right? What they're asking for is a deeper dive into the relationship,
Never done this before.
and I'm not sure they're going to have those answers. But I would make a substitute motion that we allocate $1 million to CMS for the partnership.
We have a motion and a second. Mayor Pro Tem. I mean, Ms. Watlington, we really need to understand what's going on here. And I'm sorry, but if we're negotiating or having this conversation, we need to figure out what we're talking about. And Mr. Mitchell suggested this be referred to a council committee that would then come to the council prior to the budget. The second option that Mr. Graham addressed is going ahead and moving forward with the funding now, with you explaining what the funding will be. So I don't know.
I think you can solve
I don't
this,
think we
Madam
can.
Mayor, pretty easily with a combination of both motions.
Exactly.
We intend to send this to the budget at this point in time, but
Right.
we're also doing a referral to committee.
Exactly.
And just like anyone can vote for a portion of the budget on the 10th, if they find something out they don't want to, they can change course, but it won't change the course of what we do now.
Okay, so you hear the motion Mr. Mitchell made that is Mr. Graham, is that acceptable for you?
Let's roll.
All right.
Wouldn't we have to amend, that's a different motion? This is a point of information.
So the, Councilor Graham, I'll accept the friendly amendment. So can we put it in one motion?
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion would be to refer this item to the Housing Safety Committee on June 3rd, so to come back in council for the vote on June 10th, with the earmark already of $1 million from the ARPA funding. Okay?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, that takes us for the first one, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay. Oh, boy, I'm on a roll. So let me try this again. I think I have to. So on the workforce development, up to $2 million, I would like to request that goes to the budget BGIR committee to look at a RFQ process to fund these organizations who have made a request.
Second.
Are we going to give them are we giving them the $100,000 until that can be completed? Or is it the same? No income?
No income.
No income, okay.
Go.
So,
Part of the process we discussed.
Go ahead.
We are discussing
Are we already discussing this?
No, we haven't.
We're trying to put committee.
You're trying to, are you saying send everything to committee
Yeah.
before we give any funding?
Yes.
Right.
To, that's what you're want to
Yes.
accomplish?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Mayor.
Okay, that's what was confusing, because we were talking about,
I think it's as simple as, we are accepting,
So you're
this
not
is the
raising
list.
hands anymore, waiting?
I'm just trying to help get us through this. Accept that list as the scope that we're going to send forward with an earmarked allocation of those dollars into the process, and the process then will determine what dollars are awarded.
you know, my concern is, I don't know what process we have. Do we have a process? We have, the committee has not.
So
You've got a statement, I've read the statements of the things that you wish to achieve, but when would we, I'm just timing, when will we actually have a council-adopted process to do these things, in what summer?
So we provided our feedback to Marie and her team. We will be presented with the framework at our next meeting, so there'll be a presentation on that. So what Mr. Mitchell is saying, that we look at the feedback that we had provided in order to be the financial partner with the city and see how this organization fits those goals based on committee's feedback.
I think, though, that we were trying to get a policy that would be adopted by council for that feedback and those criteria, the criteria. Is that something you think we can do at a time, in a timely manner?
Well, we already have scheduled, we are already scheduled to get recommendations on Monday.
So we would take that to council, we could take it to the first council meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. All right, so with that, the motion is, Ms. Mayfield, I'm sorry, you have your hand up.
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor, because I need clarification. What we have in front of us and what is on the screen is not what you proposed. What you proposed was up to $100,000. And I just need clarification, Councilmember Mitchell, are you moving forward this over 2 million that is being requested, or are you recommending approval for what the mayor shared with us, which is up to 100,000 out of our ARPA dollars, which will reduce how much we're spending out of our ARPA dollars to give us the ability to continue addressing the needs that we have?
I would say take it out of our ARPA dollars.
But are we saying the up to 100,000 that the mayor presented? Because
Yes.
this right here that's showing on the screen is not, we're not looking at the sheet right now that the mayor passed out right before she started this conversation.
So I'm suggesting to up to the $100,000, so that'd be a total of $700,000.
Okay, up to 100. Thank you very much for clarification.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we have a, we have a motion, Mr. Mitchell made a motion, we need a second.
I
We
already
have a
seconded
second? Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Ms. Brown?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just want a further discussion. So the numbers that we see in front of us, I can't really see on the board, but I have the paper in front of here. So I'm just going to give an example out. So if we go down to Block Love for 230,000, we're saying up to 100,000 until we do what?
No, that's for workforce development only.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not, Ms. Ajmira. She's saying Block Love, right here.
Yeah, they're not
And
under
we
workforce.
still
He
have,
made a motion for workforce
I
development.
know, but she's asking the question about Block Love.
Right.
And what we would do is treat everyone the same with up to $100,000, depending on whether or not it would be up to that amount, while we would get these other criteria and everything set up.
So that
we
doesn't mean
know.
that they're not going to get the amount that they're asking. We're just setting up criteria to follow through. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay, thank you so much.
But I want to be clear, because if we're using ARPA funds, there's not enough ARPA funds
did.
that would be able to fund 2,900,000 and do also the things that we have for violence prevention that are in the operating budget. So I don't want to be, like, say, oh, well, but what we're saying is give these people an opportunity to have their work begin, and then we will maybe then we'll have our criteria, and then people would be based upon how they get funded based upon the criteria that they've
Okay,
met.
but up to $100,000. Based off
both
criteria in the
groups,
budget
so
series.
for the nonprofits as well as workforce development.
Okay, so two different things, but we're doing the same thing for everybody on this
Yes.
list. All right, thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
I think you just clarified my question because we were in the workforce development section. And Councilmember Brown referred to the nonprofit organizations.
Right.
So, but what you're saying is we're going to manage the same way. They're all going to get $100,000 until. Up to, yeah, because one of them's only asking for
Right, that's
77,000.
up
Okay,
to.
so all of these organizations will get up to $100,000 until,
We have our criteria done, and we begin to have the staff address what we want in the criteria, which is in committee with Ms. Ajmira, who says that she can get this out as a policy statement at the next budget, at the next council meeting.
so let me just
Go
ask.
for it, Dimple.
Let me just make this a little more complicated, right? So $100,000, 3 or 4 of these organizations, that's 100% of what they're asking for. Whereas other organizations, it's 3 times what they're asking for. And another organization, it looks like it's, I don't know, whatever that percentage, 70% or something, I don't know. Would it be more equitable to recommend a percentage? No?
And you know-
Okay. Mr. Mitchell?
I don't think I'd take a stab, Councilman Johnson, to your point. I think that's part of the conversation, policy conversation we need to have. If it's fair to do up to $100,000 or, to your point, percentage, but I think committee can have that discussion around policy. And our meeting is June 3rd.
So we're waiting until after Monday to make a decision even? on
No,
these?
I think that that's a good question, whether or not you feel like we should do a percent, but not exceed 100,000, which is easy enough to do. So if the council says where we are now is that 100,000 is the maximum, but we could do percentages if that's what the council chose to do.
I think it's more equitable to do a percentage because $100,000 is 100% of what some of these organizations are asking for. So some would get everything they ask for, whereas other ones wouldn't.
So do you
However,
want to give them 100, do you want to give them 50%? Help me, what?
Well, I think that if it's going to committee on Monday anyway, we could defer this decision until Monday. And-
Well, I really think that the budget people need to be able to have something in the budget, but we can leave that column blank and then have it filled in. So, but I want us to adopt the groups. That's what's most important in here right now, that we're going to fund these groups that came to us until we get the policy in place.
So we could say we're going to fund them, but we don't have because we want to do what's fair, right? And we don't want to make
Right. So
we
the
discuss-
council,
and
the
we're
committee
kinda
will get
wasting time
a
right now.
percentage of whatever we want to do to give them their money for the year.
Based on their policy, so let's say if they don't meet the policy and feedback that was given, so, you know
So
what I mean?
Can we wait till after Monday to make the decision? Are you okay with that? The details?
I think that.
I thought that's what we are doing.
Okay.
I think we all always have the ability to adjust
Yes,
before
we
we
do.
vote.
That makes
So
sense.
let's just do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know that we need to do. Okay.
Okay, that's true, okay. Okay, yeah, that's right, yeah. So the check's not going out
Right.
tomorrow,
It
okay.
goes out with the budget. Okay,
so
next, hey, everybody, try to stay with us.
So,
All
Mayor,
right,
there was a
Ms.
motion.
Mayfield? You have another
Thank
question?
you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarification, because Councilmember Johnson, I think I understand what you're saying, but on that same scale, if we do a percentage, that organization that's asking for 34,000, a percentage of theirs versus a percentage of 700,000,
Makes no sense.
if we use that, if we say a percentage, that's still going to create some inequality versus, now, even if we say 75,000 versus 100, because I do understand your concern where some are fully funded, some not. Yet, I'm concerned that if we do the percentage, that's going to create an even greater gap of need. Because again, for that, say 45%. 45% of 34,000 is a lot different than 45% of 725,000.
All right, Mr. Mitchell.
So
I'm sorry, I thought you
That's-
you
I
took a
just wanna
breath, I was
make-
trying to get going.
If you say up to 100,000, it
If
will
we
give the
say up
budget
to.
people what they need and time in order for it to be adjusted next week.
And had I had the chance while I was still talking to finish, as I was talking to Councilmember Johnson and we were thinking about this out loud, that's what I was getting to, is by having the up to, that's actually a more equitable playing field than if we were to break it down by percentage, because that may create an even wider chasm of need.
Mr. Mitchell, you have a floor for a motion.
I'd like to call the question, Mayor and Council, we can to go ahead and vote on the motion.
All right, so we are ready for the motion.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
I was waiting to be recognized, and we didn't vote on the calling
Can I
of the
get the
question.
motion on, we've already got the motion, Ms. Watlington.
Yeah, I just want to say, if we're talking about equity, I'm looking at two buckets of groups, right? These folks in this workforce development, that if I'm understanding correctly, they have to submit to an RFP, and if they meet conditions, then they'll get funding subject to these particular things. These people have already submitted applications, and now we're asking them to go back again and submit another set of applications, or is it different?
I'm sorry, it was the idea for us to create mid-year a tool based upon the committee's instructions on how we could do this next. This was in state, it's like a hold in place so that we can get our policy written and done.
So is this old comments here, workforce development RFP in this column?
No, the workforce development RFP was actually an idea that we could have in the fall a workforce development RFP. It wasn't about these specific people, but I'm assuming that these people would apply if we had one. But it's not, these people would not, they would get their money sooner than later.
So let me, just so I'm clear, this comment here has nothing to do with this column here.
That's right.
We're super clear.
You mean the ARPA interest for workforce development RFP has nothing to do until after the council committee establishes a policy.
Okay, but this up to $700,000 that we're talking about issuing.
Was the up to for immediately.
Yeah, but it comes before or after the policy is established?
Well, now, it was going to be before, because we were trying to make sure that we walked out of here with with these folks being funded. But what the committee has said is that they are going to have a meeting next week, and then we will know what the recommendation really is.
Because my struggle with that is that if these folks have already filled out an application, whatever policy we come with, if that then means that we've either changed the rules or created more work for these folks, and at the same time, we're going to give the same money to people who didn't even fill out the financial partner application the first time, that doesn't feel equitable.
No, it doesn't feel right, but the council has a committee that wants to figure out what the policy would be, so we'll wait longer, a little bit longer, but it's supposed to be done by the council by the budget session, before the budget is adopted.
So then I would, this council member would hope that whatever we do up here applies down here too, because I don't think it's fair that these people may have two hoops and these people don't have any.
Oh, I agree with you. I'm trying to get a standard,
Yeah.
and we don't have one. I'm just looking for a standard.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is a temporary fix for a standard. A policy is the standard. Okay.
The
All
motion
right.
was made by me.
We have a motion.
Second by Councilmember Bakari, so.
Okay. All in favor of the process that we just discussed? Before the budget, we will have a policy statement on these nonprofits and other organizations. Yeah.
I like what Dr. Watlington was saying. So since we're going to be reviewing this on Monday and developing a policy, is it prudent that we actually commit to giving the money before we have a policy? That's what she's saying.
Well, no, I'm not saying commit, we're not giving them any money. We're earmarking money
Excuse me.
so that we have money for
Right.
those that meet the criteria.
Perfect, but
A
we're not
standard.
committing to these specific organizations. Okay, that's what it sounded like. Didn't it
Okay.
sound like that?
All
Yeah.
right, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, we have one opposition. Okay. The next item. Oh, in favor, sorry, I thought
Okay.
you had your hand up for opposition. So now, a couple of other things are recommended. I just want to make sure that we've put it together. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bakari to address the issues of equipment, supplies, and P
Thank
for
you.
CMPD.
I'm going to go through this very quickly. I'm not going to repeat all the things that I said last week. I'm going to give a one-sentence or very brief overview. I'm going to mention the financial implications and then make a motion. And then hopefully it'll get us through these 4 items very quickly. The first one is around the timeline change from January to November for CMPD's merit salary increase period. This brings them in line with every other employee in the city and every other department. And you can see the dollar amount there has been refined at $427,110. This will have a positive impact on morale and is something that's very important. As it relates to the financials, we have 2 options at our disposal. The number that we need right now is actually only $196,110 because there's $231,000 of revenue available. It's from an updated law enforcement services contract from the county. So we got that 231 grand, knocked that down. We're only at 196,110. And there are 2 options that I propose we allow the manager to explore both. Because either one, I think, is meaningful. One, 196K from ARPA interest, or probably more meaningful, if the manager in our earlier action doesn't cut the 4 central services vacant positions, he can extend that out by 5 months and account for that entire dollar amount with no implications to any budget. So if you do end up in your first action cutting those positions, then I think it really relies to the 196 grand in ARPA. But if you don't, it's just delaying their hiring for 5 months, accomplish it. So I would make a motion that we approve and add to the budget the CMPD pay increase calendar date from January to November, bringing them aligned with the rest of the city, and instructing the manager to attempt to cut them with the central services vacant positions being delayed, and if that ends up getting cut, using 196 grand from the ARPA interest to pay for it without a tax increase.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. I guess what I want to make sure is that you're asking us to add the funding that we have for the delayed.
Yeah, it's a one-time expense because it's just for one time moving that up, and in the next budget cycle, it's an annual view and doesn't
Right.
recur.
So it's 4,020, I'm sorry, 427,000, but what was the second amount?
So 427,110 is split into 2 buckets. They have identified 231 grand of revenue available from a law enforcement services contract that was updated from the county. So that takes care of that. They've identified it. They're comfortable with it. Everyone's on that same page, and that just leaves 196,110 to solve, of which that's part of my motion.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah, I would just say that through various personnel actions, I wouldn't even be
So
specific.
I'm just going to say, let's move that to the manager to handle in whatever way he sees fit.
So we have that as an item and a motion, so it's
Seconded.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just needed a point of clarification. Is this the same discussion we had last week as far as moving the calendar? Yes. And did that get 5 votes last time?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, that goes forward.
Number 2, and the next 3 in order are, we can go through very quickly. They are the equipment purchases. So first of all, I'll go through the first 2 that budget, and CMPD are in complete alignment 100%. The first one is my original proposal of $150,000 for active shooter kits, med kits. This was the idea of Officer Jack Blowers, who was wounded on April 29th and going to his Army Special Ops training. Not only did CMPD embrace this, they found a way to reduce it to $143,950 by reutilizing and repurposing the inner elements of the IFAC kit and turning this into something that every officer will have in a single place in their vehicle. And the CMPD will be able to figure out details from here. So the motion is to approve $143,950 from ARPA interest or anywhere else the manager decides to identify that money, one-time money, for active shooter med kits.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Okay, and then that brings
Okay,
us to.
I'm sorry, there is a question from Mayor.
I just have a point of clarification, Mr. Bakari. So you mentioned that for this particular line item, that CMPD is aligned. Is this a request from them, or?
The revised number came from them, correct, Ryan?
So for just so that I'm clear on the other two underneath here.
Yeah, I'm going to get to those, but the next one, they are also aligned on. It's the final one that I will mention the nuance
Okay,
there.
gotcha.
Thank you. Yeah, so the next one, again, CMPD aligned. We had a lot of meetings. This is the portable ballistic shields. I think there's some things, once we approve this, that they might need the flexibility to identify exactly what it is, but the premise is this would be enough money, $97,500, to equip at least every division that we have with these shields, so that in active shooter situations, like we saw on April 29th, these are available division-wide at every shift. So everyone's in full agreement, and my motion is to approve $97,500 for portable ballistic shields and instruct the manager to either use ARPA availability or whatever else he finds.
Could we have a motion and a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? No one's opposed, so that's unanimous. Okay.
Thank you. And then this is the last one, and I'm just going to give folks a little context and then throw out a solution here. So for the last 2.5 years, I've been asking every patrol officer I run into how they feel about outer carrier vests. This has been hundreds and hundreds of them, and I always have the same answer every single time. It's what they want for various reasons in a very passionate way. They cite the back pain of carrying weight on their belts that would be redistributed. They cite the hot nature, which would be cooler on the outside versus the undershirt versions. They've cited attachments and being able to attach the active shooter med kits that we just talked about to them and have their hands free, as well as we learned on April 29th, the grab harnesses that can be grabbed with one hand to be able to drag somebody out while having another hand to defend yourself. I have come to the conclusion that this is the single biggest impact to morale that we could make over the last 10 years and over the next 10 years. And simply for the fact that every single person I've talked to wants it for various reasons, and it impacts everyone. Everybody wears a vest out there inside their shirt that is on patrol. Concerns have been raised to me by CMPD leadership on the safety of outer vests. I took these concerns very seriously and have had several conversations with global experts in R&D and protective equipment, which has provided sufficient answers to all those questions. There is no material increase in risk. After addressing all those concerns and understanding the significant positive impact this will have on officer comfort, safety, and most important to me, morale, unfortunately, we are still in an impasse to getting this done, and at this point, it is for a single reason. The chief of police does not like how they look. Even though bike cops currently wear them, SWAT members currently wear them, 250 officers with doctor's notes for ADA reasons wear them. In fact, the only group in CMPD that doesn't have them is both the largest and the most at risk, over 1,000 patrol officers, the rank and file that protects this city on our streets every day, the ones who ran towards danger on April 29th, and the ones I've asked how important this is to them over 2 years now, gathering data points to come to my conclusion, and I have not heard a single no during that time. I want to be really clear, I don't believe the role of counsel is to tell the chief how to run his department, even though we have precedent for doing that in the past, when decisions were made to not purchase certain equipment or attempts were made to defund ammunition purchases that he requested. But there comes a time after 2.5 years when respect has been given and attempts have been made that other actions must be taken. I made an attempt to find middle ground yesterday with the chief, one last attempt in what has been one of the most difficult decisions of my life arriving at this point, to just make the currently used ADA vests more widely available to patrol officers, and that was flatly rejected as well without even discussing it. So due to the sensitivity of this topic, I am not going to put my colleagues in an uncomfortable position to have to vote on this today, and am formally retracting my motion for outer carrier vests being added to our budget. However, I am doubling down on my commitment to find the $500,000 one-time investment from other sources in the city budget, and will be applying maximum pressure to enable our rank-and-file officers to wear them when they are out protecting us. I am completely committed to achieving this outcome as an individual citizen. I'll close by saying this. I have always counted Chief Jennings as a friend, and I still believe he is one of the best chiefs I have seen in my over 2 decades living here. He navigated us through the riots and through the April 29th tragedy in a way I don't think anyone else could have. He has championed many initiatives for mental health and pay. This is not a critique on him personally. This is a factual clarification for why we are at this impasse on a topic this important to officer safety and morale. And my only purpose for saying all this publicly is that I need the residents and private sector of Charlotte to understand where and why we are stuck on this point, so I can move forward on my singular mission of getting it unstuck. If we can't get this done now, after everything that has happened, it will never get done. I withdraw my budget adjustment proposal.
Okay. All right, so that's very helpful. We are now down to this last part of the list, which I think we've covered completely, the sheet that is up here.
You have the last 3.
We have the last 3. I thought we talked about the Black Film Festival being eligible for the funds, as well as the opportunity to apply to the Film Commission.
We talked about it.
We talked about it, so do we need a motion on that? So if you can see on the block, on the screen, it's item 27. Could we have a motion that the Charlotte Black Film Festival,
As well as Boom Charlotte.
27 and 28.
and 28, Boom Charlotte,
Correct.
would have the opportunity to participate in the outcome of what the committee is going to do at the CRVA.
Clarification, I'm gonna motion so that we can get a second to talk about it, because I'm not understanding what you just said. I don't think that's what we said earlier.
What did you think we said?
So, let me ask you, Mayor, for clarification. We are now voting on setting aside up to $100,000 for both Charlotte Black Film Festival and Boom Charlotte, although Monday we're gonna talk about it, just as we are saying we'll set aside this other money for them to turn around and apply for it, or
No, apply
initially
for
are
the
we putting it?
Remember, this is a 2-year ask, so we're trying to help them go someplace to ask for the second year.
But are we, when we started this conversation, part of the conversation was the one-time $100,000 to both out of the ARPA interest. Are we still saying that and helping them to go to hospitality and tourism? Because my original ask was that we look at hospitality and tourism, of which staff came back and said, yes, this is legally eligible.
I
And it was
think
also
this is
for
what
us-
I'm going to suggest, is that because these are 2 things that are separate from the 2 groupings that we
Right.
had, why don't we not put it in committee and agree that they will have up to $100,000, or an amount of money that we would have as a maximum for a gift, or as for this year. And so then they would, that would come out of ARPA for both of them, and then working through the next opportunity is the second year, they would work through that with hospitality, tourism funds, or the film commission funds. Tell me what you would like, what would you like it to be, Ms. Mayfield?
I'm just trying to follow along with you, Madam Mayor and Manager. To me, separate conversations.
Okay.
We identified that these 2 items actually do qualify legally for hospitality and tourism. When I supported Councilmember Mitchell's dollar amount recommendation, and I made the record, and I supported Councilmember Ajmira's recommendation for that specific dollar amount, it was with the ask of, hey, shouldn't this fall under hospitality and tourism? Staff came back. Legally, yes. So I don't understand why we're having the conversation of having ARPA one-time funds over there versus saying through our hospitality and tourism, because it is hospitality and tourism because of hotels and everything else that these events bring
Yeah.
to the city.
Okay,
So
let
I
me-
just got a little confused, and manager, maybe you can help me understand, why are we talking about?
Yes.
We got limited funds according to what you told us.
Right. So this is what I believe, is that CRVA has a process where they look at heads and bids and things of that nature when it comes to funding different festivals and different events. So instead of just coming out tonight and saying there's $287,000 over at CRVA for the Charlotte Black Film Festival, I don't think that is the proper way to do it. However, this council believes that these are worthy causes, so could there be some money now as they go through a formal process with CRVA, which could be ongoing forever?
Yeah, I think that we were trying to fulfill their first year, ensuring that they're, have been a part of this process, but at some point, that they would actually go and seek out authority or seek out opportunities with the film commission. That's keeping them whole.
So, just for a little background. Set that aside. Just for clarification, because we, as we're going through this, we raised our hands for the idea of a conversation for $1 million for something. Yet, we're saying that the request, the initial request of 287, of which for boom, the 100 is great. But the initial, which goes back to Councilmember Johnson's earlier point, where we're saying up to 100, some items will be fully funded, some would not. I'm just trying to figure out how, when we're looking at separate things, if this qualifies, and if, unfortunately, under previous leadership with CRVA, because it's not a new conversation, and they have received applications, and there are applications on file through them that may not have gotten supported, and not necessarily not supported because it wasn't a strong enough proposal, it was maybe for other reasons. But if we ask for 287, and we're saying, okay, to appease, we're gonna do 100 now to ARPA, and manager, you know what, I'll take this part offline. Help walk me through how do we create a more equitable process through our hospitality and tourism funding moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So, Ms.
I'll make a motion. Do we have a motion? Okay, so. Do you want me to make a motion?
No, I'm wondering if Mr. Mitchell, I thought, was making the motions for these two items. So,
Are you making the motion?
So if we, wow.
well, I know.
Let's-
You know,
So let's, city manager, we have how much in the opera interest? How much funds do we have?
Almost $7 million.
$7 million. It has been a challenge for a great tourism event to get support in our community. Councilmember Mayfield, early comment, even through the channels we have recommended today, it has not yielded results for the Charlotte Black Film Festival. If there's strong support, I would say the first year with roughly $7 million, that we take the first year out the opera fund, and then his second year, help him build a better relationship to go through the regular process.
okay.
That would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Molina? Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with that, I want to go back to one point. I know that we're talking about the hospitality and tourism dollars, which are separate and apart from our opera dollars, right? They're not the same bucket. So I definitely wouldn't make one decision connect with another because it sends the wrong message. But, you know, to see to see other organizations, because in my opinion, all of the organizations that we have on this list are important. All of the people that we have mentioned, you know, including the Charlotte Museum of History, right? They only got put up for 100,000, and their original ask was 600,000. So we're talking them, even if we stop and cap it at 100,000, they're only going to get 15% of their ask, right? And I don't want to go into that too much, but I just wanted to say that on the record, to say that, again, we've made hard decisions, as, you know, Councilmember Ajmira said earlier, and that's what we're all here to do. But I'm uncomfortable, and although I probably will lend my support to this organization because I am familiar, but I would like to see, as a board of directors, us develop a standard. We throw the word policy around a lot, and the development of policy is a standard. It removes us from having to do case-by-case decision-making, because that's not what we were appointed to do, right? We have a 9,000-member staff, an organization, a city manager that is, by design, supposed to be executing on the policies, the standard that we implement, and that's not the exercise that I feel like we've taken part in largely today. And I know a lot of this is for the modification process, but I feel like absent that, I don't feel like, and although I've appreciated some of the robust discussion, I'm here for a good debate, because that's just, I like that. That's a good thing. I think I would like to see this earlier in the next process, where we have a robust debate, where we all come to the table with the positions that we're passionate about. I know we all have different reasons to be passionate about different things, and I honor that for everybody at this dais. But I would like to, especially in the committee level, see us create more standards, more policy discussions that can be implemented across the board, where it's something that if staff looks at, they have a clear direction on what would be the will of the council. And I'd like for that to be the mentality that we take from this going forward, especially with the amount of, you know, of understanding, or I guess misunderstanding from some of us as opposed to others, because I know that we're all sitting here because we want to make a difference, and we have different things that we're passionate about. I can see that. I know that. But I just offer, especially with this one going to, you know, your particular committee, Chairwoman, I'd love to see a standard. When we say policy, I mean standard, like something I look at and I know based on what this says, we can do it or we can't, right? So that's what I offer. And I do realize that the Charlotte Black Film Festival is completely underinvested. I do know that. I do know the person who works with that organization. And like so many others on this list, they've just not gotten the emphasis that they need. So even if I do lend my support to move forward, I just would like to see us take that position. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
I think that we've all settled on that, and I can feel the shoulders being lifted so
I'm
that you can
exhausted.
get this done. But I think, you know, it's not, we all agree that we've had to do grant applications and do things like that. There's models out there, so we just need to figure out which models work best for us. So we're going to move it over into their hands to get this done. I guess what I thought this was going to be was, you know, how we often assist our small businesses. Sorry.
Mayor, before we go into closed session.
Oh, no, I have two items.
I was about to say, before we do the, so I think we still need to do the litter one. Did we vote on this last?
We have to vote on litter, and we have to vote on the Black Film Festival.
Okay.
And Boom Charlotte.
And the two other ones, you're right, we
And then I
did, we
have-
did the police ones, and we have to vote on,
I have a few more.
well, I know, I hear, I know we do this, but there are some other ones. The question, we have to give the manager authority on the medical insurance, which is,
Yes.
that has to be done. The discussion on animal shelter upkeep, as well as, I think Ms. Ajmir did not address, just said no to the bike funding. Is that correct?
Oh, no, I can bring it up right now.
I'll bring it up, okay. So we have a couple of more things to do. If we could just probably drive through that ladder, it's a ladder of things. And then we have a closed session.
To that end, I just want to make sure, this juvenile crime piece, ARPA, $1 million that was brought up last week, the only reason it wasn't put on the board is because we were told it was going to be a separate process for ARPA dollars, but if we're assigning ARPA dollars, I'd like us to address that today.
I thought that, no, this is terrible, because I had hoped that when we did our first motion that I said these changes would come from the ARPA money, but Billy, would you check that? Because I do think it would be appropriate for us to vote on how to use the ARPA money after we get through this list, because all of this is ARPA money that's up here so
Right.
far. So that's good. If it's not already been done,
So,
all right.
All right, can I ask a question about the Black Film Festival? My hand's been up for a
Yes.
while. Thank you. So when you talk about standard, Councilmember Molina, I think you're right. And I keep talking about equity. And if we look at Boom Charlotte, they're getting 100% of their funding. There's only 2 organizations in this category. The Black Film Festival asked for $287,000 for 2 years. What I think would be fair in this situation is to divide those 287,000 to, and it's 143.5, I think, per year. It's only $40,000. So if we grant the 143.5 the Charlotte Black Film Festival, then both organizations that seems equitable and fair to me. And then both organizations are funded for that 1 year. That allows us time to introduce Mr. Nichols to the HTA or whatever that next, the film fund, whatever that next step would be. But I think for $40,000, I think that's intentional and it's equitable. And I think we should do that.
All right, I am really sorry.
I wanted to make a statement when she was done.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Johnson. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. You were done, Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
proposing that we increase the Charlotte Black Film Festival to 143.5.
Okay. Okay. My comment was separate than the Charlotte Black Film Festival. I just have and Mr. Bergman, maybe this is a question for you, but, we're going through our budget process now, and there's a set standard process for going through this, right? That's different than the other processes that we go throughout the calendar year. And effectively, where we have landed is that we're sending roughly 90 to 95% of these line items back to committee for deliberation, which, if that's the will of the council, that's fine, and it sounds like it is. But when we do that, then we don't have a broader, full council discussion on budget items. And Mr. Manager, perhaps correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that was the intention of this entire process that has been laid out over months, that the entire council can take part in shaping and putting a right impression on the budget for this upcoming year. So that's just if we're going to do that, if that's going to be a new aspect of the process, I think we need to discuss that on a forward basis. But now we're having conversations in committees that we may or may not have full council there because they're just being brought to the attention that this is going to occur on June 3rd. So I have a desire for us to have a broader council discussion around budget, because we've gone through that process where we've done things in committee, we've had our workshops, and it seems like we're working against our established process.
I'll try to be helpful, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so in a perfect world, which the world isn't perfect, we would have had this budget discussion, had the budget agreed upon, straw votes, get it approved on June 10th. And then we would have had a discussion about ARPA interests, and were there any things that didn't get approved in the budget that may be prime for ARPA interests? And many of you have said things to me over time, some requests that have come in about being funded. And it seemed like having the council have a discussion about those items would be the proper way to handle it. Some kind of way, we blended this a little bit with the ARPA interests as a part of this budget, and then there's some outstanding issues like juvenile violence and things of that nature. So I guess what I start off by saying is that because these are one-time in nature, and ARPA interest is one-time in nature, could you separate the two, knowing that what you're going to do is commit to some level of funding for various items or sections or segments here, knowing that there's going to be additional ask also? So just food for thought. And then to further complicate things or help things, and I had a quick conversation with Danielle Frazier. We've always had $3 million, and Danielle's in the room, $3 million that is unallocated related to workforce development and ARPA. So I don't know if there's some things on this list that we could utilize some of that $3 million on top of the 9, right? That could alleviate some of the needs to use the ARPA interest. So I'm just saying that, trying to be helpful, maybe these two can be separated, and there could be more conversation, and there could be a later vote on this. But I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure, because I understand your fundamental question is, what happens after committee discussions, on Monday?
Right.
And is it 4 people or 5 people making a decision as opposed to the full body being able to be engaged? And I hope that was helpful.
I also wanted to ask, Manager, can I ask, part of this is that we have this list of, when we were together last time, people said, well, I'd like to have this on the list, or I'd like to have this. And some of those, and maybe, Ms. Harris, you could tell me, were all of these folks, did all of these people or organizations send in their applications from the workforce development and the nonprofit organizations? But when council.
So, Madam Mayor, all the ones at the top for the workforce development section, yes, they did apply as financial partners, and they weren't recommended right now. And then the second chunk where it says additional funding of nonprofit organizations did not apply this year as financial
Right.
partners.
But yet we had a public hearing, they came down, they talked about what they would like to do. We also had people come in on the workforce development part to say we want to do more. I think that, and the council put these in play. And so I think that's what we're trying, the staff is trying to be responsive to the people that you said at the last budget session that you thought were appropriately eligible for funding.
Correct.
Ms. Johnson?
I just want to clarify what the motion on the floor is.
We don't have a motion on the floor right now. Mr. Mitchell has a motion on the
Yeah,
floor.
what is the motion on the floor?
The motions on the floor was to take the $287,000, use it for ARPA funding this year, and then help Black Film Festival build better relationship through tourism. So in the second year, that will be an opportunity for them to get funding.
So then the,
Back up to the original.
okay, so 200, thank you. That hadn't changed, and so I was still looking at the $100,000. So disregard my comment. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion, Ms. Brown?
Yeah, but Mayor, so Madam Mayor, sorry, with what you just said, were you going to give another point, or we're just moving forward with the motion?
I think we're just moving forward because I think that everybody knows that council members put this list together, and we're just trying to figure out if there is support from the council to do it, we want to get it done. And now we're going to do a little bit more equity, and we're going to do some standards. And so I think that how we do that, and maybe is separate from the budget completely, since we have the issue of how many of the council members need to be able to reflect what they think should be included. And this was the list.
All right, Madam Mayor, thanks.
Okay. All right. We have a motion from Mr. Mitchell for funding the Black Film Festival. Okay, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's unanimous, okay? That leaves us with Boom Charlotte. That's our last one.
Well, I have two more. Yeah, it's here. But first, let me just go ahead and make the motion to approve $100,000 in ARPA interest to go to Boom Charlotte.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Or raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Okay, Boom has
And
up
then-
to $100,000.
And Mayor, you still have to do the litter cleanup one.
I know, we still have I'm sorry, I'm pulling up. The litter one was a situation where we would be able to have another crew form for litter work, or whatever we call it, if you look at it. It's with the Employment Opportunity Center to provide transitional work for people that are coming out of incarceration, and they get paid, and there's a process for them to do the work through that process, through their employment agency. Yes.
Question on this, well, I guess it needs a motion first.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I want to ask a question on this one, but there's
Yes.
no motion yet, so.
Okay. We have a motion and a second.
So on this one, given what you just discussed in terms of workforce development, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what the manager said, right now, we're going to approve the funding, whether or not it comes out of ARPA or workforce development dollars, because it's a workforce development program, it remains to be seen. I noticed that we just approved Boom specifically out of ARPA, so, okay. So this one is just approve the number, not necessarily the source.
Well, with the approval of council, what I would try to do, or the team would try to do, is guide those approvals that you have that are workforce development related to the workforce development bucket, so that the ARPA interest bucket with more flexibility would be available.
Cool.
Okay. So all in favor of the additional crew for the litter pickup, please raise your hands. All right, any in opposition? Okay. I think that closes.
Mayor,
I'm sorry, we still have a few more to do, so let's go through these.
so this
have-
item
bonds,
on the
one.
screen,
All right, the item on the screen, the medical insurance for spouse of dependents of the city employees that die in the line of duty. The write-up in the book was very specific and this is recommended. So do I have a motion, Ms. Ajmira?
yes, I make the motion to.
All right, second, any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? All right, I think
And then I just have one more item that was also in our budget book. So this was something that Councilmember Brown had proposed, animal care and control. And we did get an answer for that. Thanks, Marie and the entire team. I read word by word. Thank you. So there is $30 million in COPS capacity currently reserved. And I would like us to reserve this funds for future animal care and control construction.
Is this on the list?
And there is an alternative.
What page are you talking
Oh, so that's on page 3.
Page 3, exactly.
This is Stroll.
This was,
And on,
Ms. Ajmira, this is a new suggestion from Ms. Ajmira from.
This was voted on at the budget adjustments.
yeah, it was.
I know, but it was at the budget adjustment, but it's in
Yes.
the book on page 3,
It is,
isn't
it's
it?
on page 3.
Did it pass?
Yes, it did pass.
Where's it at?
It's on page 14.
No, on this list.
It's on the list. It's under the bonds and CIP.
I did add it.
So the reason there's not a dollar amount in '25 is because the way that project works with advanced planning, there's no construction dollars you would need in '25. What I believe Councilmember Ajmira is saying is taking the future 30 million capacity in our COPS program and assigning that to animal care and control until there's a design. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so, Mr. Bergman, that's correct. So, on page 15, you had provided more details where it says, currently, the first option is construction of a satellite shelter, and that's on existing city-owned property. And there is an address on there, so that is currently being assessed, and conceptual design is anticipated to be complete in the third quarter of 2024. So I just want to make sure that if this satellite option is feasible, then we use this capacity of $30 million for construction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so how this would actually work is if that's approved, when you
Yes.
look at our 5-year CIP, you'll see a reserve for animal care and control line
sir.
that has future dollars in it.
Yes.
I guess what I'm thinking is that this may be something that we really continuously need, or in a year, are there other opportunities? What's going to be changing and different about it? And I'd be a little bit better concerned to be able to do this as it comes up after we do the renovation of the Toomey Road site.
Not to discount the point of the validity of the topic, but this seems more like a new business item on a business agenda than a budget item.
No, it
like
is.
we're doing for this. Like
It
it's-
is part of the budget discussion, because we did discuss this. Councilmember Brown had brought this up at the adjustment meeting. And, we have been putting this off, animal care and control, for a while. So unless and until we are committing some sort of funding, we're just going to keep kicking the can down the road. And we're going to continue to see speakers come down, and we're not going to have anything to show progress. I appreciate that manager added additional positions, but that doesn't address the capacity issue that a lot of people are coming and advocating for. So I would like to make that motion. If people don't want to support it, that's fine, but I do feel that we do need to allocate this funding for that. So I make the motion to reserve COPS capacity of $30 million for future animal care and control construction, and there is already an option that's being assessed.
Second.
All right, we have a second, Mr.
Absolutely.
Jones, and followed by Mr. Driggs.
So I totally apologize. I stepped out for a minute. So,
See what happens?
so I definitely missed something. So, Ryan, you have to help me. I thought the 30 million got eliminated when.
No, it didn't.
I thought it got eliminated when we eliminated the future city facility capacity.
No, we didn't
No, it
eliminate
was not
that.
eliminated.
I did not eliminate
Oh,
that.
that stayed in.
Yeah, it stayed.
Okay.
I did not eliminate.
All right, okay, I feel better.
Because I knew this was coming.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Uh,
Madam Mayor?
And Mr. Driggs was next, and then Ms.
And bring you,
Watlington.
Madam Mayor, after Dr. Wallace.
And Ms. Brown,
So,
after Ms. Watlington.
I support this. The only concern I have is that when staff looked at this, the only suggestion they came up with was 7 times the size of the existing facility for $200 million. And therefore, we don't have a target, what I consider to be a useful target. So now we're saying, let's commit money. Yeah, we should, but I want to know more about what it is we're committing the money to. And so I think we need a commitment, not $200 million, and we need to have a more tangible and workable suggestion and timeline for implementation on a more reasonable suggestion about this. I mean, we're not going, again, I think it was 6 or 7 times the size of the existing one, and $200 million price tag. That's not helpful. So I would support the motion in the spirit that we are making a concrete commitment to getting something established and a schedule put in place to implement it.
Ms. Watlington?
To that end, I'm wondering if we would be better served to reserve dollars for advanced planning for the animal shelter so that we could get a sense of what the actual construction costs would be, and then we would know whether or not we can afford it.
So this project actually is already in advanced planning.
Oh.
So that, like Mr. Driggs said.
It's,
Oh, that's where the
with advanced
200 million
I
planning,
think
something
he
comes
bigger,
says,
and
I
now
like it
there's
when you
something-
tell us it's a hospital, Ryan. And so we're building a
I
hospital,
gotcha.
and it's that
So we're
That-
suggesting,
kind of
so we're
effort.
suggesting that we set aside this 30 million, but then what happens to the
70
other
mil-
170
70.
million?
No, there is no other 170 million because there's nothing backing it. There's 30 million of capacity in COPS. It's in advanced planning. They are basically working on options to create a second location, a satellite shelter, which they would operate both facilities basically. And they're doing advanced planning, and they would bring it back to council once it makes it through advanced planning sometime in FY25. And really, all this is committing is that you are not going to spend any of that 30 million in capacity until you figure out what you want to do with that project.
I see.
But if another project comes
Right.
up, that
Well, city council can
urgency,
do what they would like.
we'd have the ability to come and say, hey, this
Yeah.
is a. I just worry that we get the Toomey project right, too. I think that used to be the Humane Society site, and it's got a bunch of kennels and a lot of other things. I think we ought to get the Toomey site done well and renovate it and revisit this, I think. Okay, but you have a motion on the floor.
You had a question?
Yes,
A comment
Ms.
from
Brown,
Councilman.
sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you're saying the Toomey site, though, but is that under
That's the
development?
site that you talked about telling the story that you used to go down and pet the animals. I remember that story because I used to go down there and pet the animals too.
Yeah, but what are we doing with that site, though? I don't know what's going on with
What
that
is
site. What's
Toomey
going on
going
with
to
that?
look like?
Yeah, so really what they're looking at is they're looking at using the land. They're probably not going to be able to repurpose the existing facility, but there's still a lot of savings if they're able to use the land and then build a satellite shelter on top of it. So that's currently what they're evaluating.
Okay, yeah, so I've been advocating for them from day one when I went down, but, I went through the whole process and looked at it. So I'm happy to see the 30 million and that we're trying to move something in the right direction for these wonderful folks. They come down all the time. They've been coming down way before I came around. So it's time for us to take a step in the right direction to support it. Don't everybody here love animals?
Okay.
I didn't grow up with them, but I support it, though.
All right,
That's
so
why I
we
used to
have a
run down through
motion by
children.
Ms. Ajmira on the floor to set
Second.
aside $30 million in
Second from Brown.
COPS for the animal shelter, the new facility for the animal shelter. All in favor, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And the Mayor Pro Tem, 7. Got it. Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's take. And just one last. We have several things to do. It's not, I'm just backing up, but we have.
You got one more. So the bike funding one's the last
Do
one.
you want to do?
Well, the juvenile crime,
I
though,
thought that you did
is-
not want to do the bike funding
Oh,
one. Okay, all right, let's go. All right, Ms. Ajmira, bike funding.
This also had the support at our last budget adjustment meeting. This was to increase the bike funding. We know that some people use bike infrastructure to get to work. It's not for recreational purpose. So that's why I'm proposing this increase to build out our bike network. So I make the motion to proceed with additional $2 million through ARPA. Go ahead.
Okay, well, that's what I was going to ask. So
Yeah, through ARPA funds.
So instead of putting it on the ballot, we would put it on ARPA funds?
Yes,
I
that's
think the
correct.
people ought to have an opportunity to vote for these things
They did have an
generally.
opportunity to
ARPA
speak.
Would be good, but I think, okay. All right, do you have a motion? Ms.
I do.
Ajmira
I
just
made
made a
a
motion to
motion.
pay, to do an additional $2 million in ARPA funds for the bike lanes. Any comment? Do we have a second?
Yeah.
No, I
Any
got a comment.
comments? Yes, Ms.
So,
I'd rather bicycle hit me than them cars up
sorry,
down the street.
I see in CIP over 2 years. Can you,
Yeah, so when this was requested, it was a CIP request. We had suggested if you want to fund this, you take it from one of the other bond projects. We mentioned strategic investment areas. That has already been reduced now to 30. So I believe Councilmember Ajmira is suggesting ARPA instead, which is your prerogative.
so just to be clear, this is part of, it would have been part of, or could have been part of what we had initially funded, but since we've done a $20 million reduction, that's no longer
Well,
maybe
It
possible.
can still be done.
Hold on, I
It'll
got
be,
the
you
floor.
just have to cut something, is what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
I got, so, but now the proposal is that it come from ARPA instead?
That's.
So that's what I was answering. It can come from either CIP or it can come from ARPA. We do know that
But
we
didn't you
have.
just say it can't come from CIP?
No, I
Oh,
didn't.
it can come from
can.
CIP, you would just have to reduce something left in CIP.
Okay, so for CIP, you have to take something of the 2 million. I think what's confused, maybe it's not confusing me, is that we had it on the list for additional bond funding for the people could vote.
Okay.
But now we're saying, take it out of ARPA, which is now the funding that we want to do, police, violence for youth, and it's $2 million, so
Madam
I
Mayor?
think that's the question,
No,
yes.
and I agree, actually, so I want to be clear because a lot of, the second, there was a petition, it was circulated to many of us, and the second largest amount of those petitioners lived in East Charlotte, in District 5, and bikes. And Ms. Kathy Hill from Mora, I've gotten an extensive amount of people reaching out to me with an interest in doing this. And so my assumption, based on what you're explaining to me, Ryan, is that we now essentially just cut a large amount of our potential budget from the CIP, right? And to now say that we would put it in ARPA dollars instead, now I'm a little where I would have, because I actually spoke to Council Member Ajmira prior to this, and she told me she would make the motion. And of course, because there's so many constituents in East Charlotte, I, would agree, but now I don't even know how we would do it. So it's harder for me to support it, and that's something that I don't even know how I will explain to the people that I represent, because to say now that we're going to put $2 million in ARPA funding towards it, when I'm listening to even the chair of Housing and Neighborhood Services, I sat in on their meeting about the Katie Blessing Center, right? And that is another fundamental regional opportunity that is asking for some essential dollars that I feel like we need to be a part of. I'm absolutely on board for that, right? Do we even have $2 million in ARPA funding now with all of the ARPA discussions that we're having and the potential ones that are currently in committee, right, that haven't even come to the full council yet? It's only been voted out of committee, right? So now the council's going to review that opportunity and hopefully get us to an agreement. But then where are we in budget funding to say that we now have an additional $2 million in ARPA? And this is going to, I'm sorry, I still got the floor. So I'm confused because this is going to be very hard to explain. Again, there are people in real time watching us right now. And what they're hearing is the tail end of a discussion where they will not have the full scope of what's going on. And I think that's unfair, because if someone votes against this, they're going to appear that they're not with it. But in fact, we've had an extreme decrease in the amount of funding and our possibility based on the recent decisions in this actual meeting today. So I want to be clear on record for anybody who's listening to me in East Charlotte. John Holmes, I know you're watching. This is not, Kathy Hill, I know you're watching. This is not because we did not intend to put money in the CIP. We now have a potential decreased funding amount to implement and put towards that. And so now we would have to decide whether we're going to take a very limited ARPA funding pot and allocate these $2 million. And that is a discussion that on the spot is unfair because, again, we have people who we have a responsibility to, who have voted for us, who've trusted us, and what they're seeing, they may not have the full scope. It's just going to make it a harder conversation to have afterwards.
I think, Ms. Ajmira, since
Yes.
you would, I know, but we have other speakers that have not spoken yet.
But I just wanted to provide clarification. So So in the proposed budget, let me be very clear, there was absolutely no increase in bike funding, and hence I had made that request. So if we look at the proposed budget, it stayed the flat. So whether I'm okay with getting it from CIP, we can still fund it from CIP. That's not an issue. The only reason I proposed ARPA is because we have a capacity left. But I'm open to amending it to CIP because there is still funding. We can still do it out of CIP.
All right,
So-
Ryan,
Bond by $75 million.
I want to make sure, can this be funded out of the CIP, or do we have to find the funding for it to move to the CIP?
Oh, yeah.
No, it can be funded out of the CIP. You'd have to do one of two things. You'd have to either reduce something else in our bond by $2 million, or you'd have to very incrementally tick back up that property tax adjustment, I guess.
Okay, so,
So
all right, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll let the
Okay,
city manager please
City
go first.
Manager?
I guess trying to be helpful, so what we had recommended initially was a new program, the Strategic Investment Area. So that strategic investment area is now at 30 million. If you wanted to take 2 million more out of that to move it over to bikes, you could do that.
But the issue is to take away who's strategic area. I mean, I was just saying, it's a little bit what Ms. Molina said. You have strategic areas, and somebody would have to lose something, somewhere, to take it out of those areas, so.
And just as a point of information, didn't we vote down the increase of the strategic investment areas as a council? We voted,
did.
we voted that down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, so that 30 million, we said no as a council. But, so, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say that I fully support, bike infrastructure. I'm an avid cyclist. I think we need even more than $2 million invested in bike infrastructure. I do think with our strategic mobility plan that we have, that we will get more. But I just want to make sure we're bifurcating processes. We had a process for the other tab, and it feels like we just switched tabs, and now we're having a completely different process. So, again, to my earlier point of, we have sent roughly about 90 to 95% of the items and the adjustments back to committees. Why wouldn't we send this one back to Mr. Driggs' committee, for example, to do the same thing we're doing with the rest of the line items? Because we've agreed as a council that was the process for the majority of these line items. So if that's what it is, why not send it back to the Transportation Committee, have them discuss this and talk about potential investment options, and then bring it back like all other items?
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm fine with that. So, I mean, I can withdraw my motion. I'm good with the committee. So, Mayor, do you want me to now change my motion to send it to the committee?
You don't have to do that. I'm glad to send it to a committee,
Okay.
so that's fine.
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes?
So there's, when you send ARPA things to a committee, that's not very problematic for us because we're preparing a budget document and our ARPA investments actually live outside of the main budget document. So if you're sending this to a committee for potential ARPA investment, that makes sense. If you're sending it for potential changing the bond, then that can create some problems for us.
I think that we're giving leeway. This is the way I would say it. It goes to the committee. You've got the funding that's suggested, but you also have the history of what's being done and what's being allocated in the budget already. So I think it's a discussion of what do we do more of and have the committee make a recommendation. I mean, it's basically, more additional funding, But where the bike funding would go, how those decisions would be made is really the most important thing. We don't want people to lose, and at some point, it's joining the other bike plans that we have. So it's just a matter of, I think, doing more. Okay, I want to make sure that we do a couple of things that are housekeeping, that we are required.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor,
sorry.
couple
Yes.
things. I don't know if we voted on that one, and also the juvenile
I
crime
thought
piece
that
is
she
still
said
out.
she dropped.
Oh, you said you
she
withdrew?
dropped it,
Well,
right.
Then
I make a motion to just refer it to the committee.
Well,
you
I
don't-
think she said that
I
she
don't
didn't
think
need
you
a
have to do
motion
that.
then.
It's I'm saying.
I know we did that for the other items, so if you are referring it, that's good, but if you need me to make the motion, I'm happy
No,
to
you
just-
don't need to make the
Okay.
motion.
Okay, Madam Mayor, the other item was the juvenile crime. That was the 1 million for the ARPA. We said that because we were talking ARPA in this process, it would be appropriate to have it here. It was brought up last week, but not included because we were waiting on the ARPA process. So wanted to make sure that we covered that one before we left the ARPA items.
So, all right, so I understand that I thought that the manager was going to bring back the ARPA fund at the next council meeting. Is that for the?
Sure.
Tell me
To
where.
Dr. Wallington's point, she brought up something related to ARPA interests, as there are a number of council members around this, I guess it's not a dais, that have other concerns that have come up over time. And so maybe it's the time to bring those all up.
Well, I thought that's what we did on this other sheet, because we were voting to pay for things out of ARPA funds, no?
That was going to committee, and we were, that was, my understanding would go to committee, and then there'd be a discussion about the funding and how much.
So the Charlotte Film Festival was funded out of ARPA today, or it's going to committee? That's what I thought.
Right.
So I think we still need to vote on the juvenile one, because that actually has already gone to committee and come out with support. So
What are we voting on for the juvenile? The amount?
$1 million out of the ARPA interest to supplement the 3.5. That is what we voted out of committee when we supported the Katie Blessing Center. So we have 3.5 right now. The Katie Blessing Center is asking for 2.5. And so part of how we approved or supported the Katie Blessing Center was with the understanding that it would come with an additional 1 million for juvenile crime out of ARPA, which is what I mentioned last week. So I think all we need to do is just put it on the board and then vote it up or down.
Okay. But I think that.
But that's
I think
coming
it's-
through a committee process, right?
It's
Yeah,
already
it
been through
did.
committee.
It hadn't come to the full
It hasn't come
council.
to the
and
council.
through a-
I think
through a
what you
business
But did the Charlotte Black Film Festival go through committee and come to full council?
It was a part of the.
It did not.
It did not, but it was a part of the council that put it up on the room.
Right, but
as a full council.
But remember last week when I brought it up, I was told that there was going to be a separate process for ARPA. Otherwise, it would have been on the board.
Okay.
So just as a,
I think that's fair.
so just as a
Okay.
point of information, this line item, wouldn't it be a part of the ARPA discussion and not impact this is a
Well, that's-
budget
Well, that's
discussion,
what
right?
I'm not clear about.
That's
because
what I'm
we're-
trying to get understanding.
Yeah, we're voting to take things specifically out of ARPA today. That's what I've heard a number of times.
Yes, I think that's fair, Mayor Pro Tem, because we did it for the housing, and we're doing it here. And so I think that it is a question that the committee recommended, and that I think it's fair because it was said, how do we get to this? It was ARPA funding, and now we are actually cutting into ARPA funds. So,
Yeah. Because to Councilmember Molina's point earlier, based on what we said today, there's some reduction to that 7 million that's already gone. So I just want to make sure that we're deciding on this as part of that process.
like I said, I think that's fair. So could I get a motion to?
That was the motion.
Make a motion. We have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
What is this?
Katie Blessing.
All right?
Well,
We're
it's,
voting on that now.
For the juvenile, anyway. Anyone opposed? All right,
It's okay.
that passes. So that we have one thing that we have to do before we take a bathroom break and then come back into.
Mayor,
for-
quick question before we go on bathroom break, because also when we were talking about that we were gonna have a separate conversation for ARPA funds before all the funds have been allocated, we have, it should already be on there, the funding through ARPA for the faith and housing. And that was a request. Do I need to put that on the board, Mr. Manager? 1.5 million? You keep reducing my amount, sir. We started out with 2.5. So let me just
housing.
get clarification. Because what we just had a conversation, basically for pre-development funds, for one development with our partners in CMS was $1 million that we're talking about allocating for them, for pretty much a pre-development funds. The only way that Faith and Housing is gonna be successful and has been up to this point is because of the financial line item commitment that the city identified that's helping to identify other support. That conversation started at 2.5. Then somewhere, some paperwork, it changed. So what are we looking, because that was intended out of ARPA interest.
Yeah, I think you're still at 2.5. So here's in the budget, there were the home funds that we had a partnership with the county. We pulled those back, still funded for this year, and I think it was 1.5, right. And so we thought we could get the entire 2.5. We didn't, so that's why I say one to go with the 1.5.
So the request today, colleagues, if it is amenable to you all, my request is for $1 million from the ARPA to be in, that will be added to, specifically to address the faith and housing, which, so hopefully everyone knows, if you don't, that is, I gave everybody. So that's the other thing. Everybody should have their umbrellas today from the event. Thank you all. But to address our needs and to help us move the conversation forward within our religious institutions as well as our development community. Yes. So that is my motion.
Yeah, it is. I really am excited about this, the idea that we have,
It's hot.
that we're going to support institutions of faith that have property and have the willingness to, I actually think it's a win-win for everybody. So thank you, Ms. Mayfield, for what you're doing. All right, Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I just wanted to know how much is going to be spent from the ARPA funds. I'm going to support, but I know you said, I think
we'll have to do
it's.
this based upon what we're doing, and let us get this, first of all, we have to have direction for the manager to do these tasks that we put up there, and then we would be able to have a list for the ARPA money that's remaining.
Okay, thank you. And I also agree. I think this is a transformative, exciting opportunity. I know there were a couple pastors that I referred to the summit, so congratulations, Councilwoman. Thank you.
Okay, we have to do a motion, and I'm going to read the motion.
Vote first, Mayor.
I did a motion and I got a
You
second.
got a second? This is like joy. We don't have to vote. No, I'm just joking. All right, everybody raise your hand. It's in support. Okay. Anyone opposed? All right, thank you very much.
From the million for the
Okay.
ARPA. For the-
All right, now, we have one final action to take. I need a,
Before you read that,
Yeah.
we have some people about to leave, and not going to stay. And so one in particular, she's celebrating her wedding anniversary.
Ah.
Leave us, so I'd like to say congratulations.
anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Happy anniversary, Bernard. I'm on my way.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
I'm coming home.
Bishop, that means you need to leave the house.
No, they got a babysitter for tonight. Okay.
PG-13 in here.
Big Daddy.
Happy
my
30
God.
plus anniversary,
I
Councilman
know
Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. So we need a motion to direct the city manager to prepare the necessary documents and resolutions for the FY 2025 budget ordinance. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Any further discussion on it? All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed to?
We're instructing him to prepare
to prepare the budget for the Juneteenth. June 10th. Juneteenth is after that week. Okay. All right, so we have, I think we've got it all. We've covered every step along the way. If we have a break, how long do you think you need? 10 minutes break, and then.
Are you gonna read the thing?
We're going to read we're going to read the motion and come back. All right, Mr. Baker?
Ready for it?
Yes, we're ready.
I will need a motion to go into closed session to discuss matters related to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in Charlotte, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered by the public body pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A4.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand.
Raise your
Are you
hand.
getting out back to Chapel Hill? Okay.
Try to say.
Can we do 15 or 17?
10 minutes.